Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling.
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this
Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling.
BoxingVoice.com.
No matter what nobody say, man. Spirit, can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know, I can't be fucked with, you know.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win, or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, your kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, you know, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no really no special effects.
BoxingVoice.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal is for 300 million, and I made 350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on the app.
BoxingVoice.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning. What is up? Shout out to everybody rocking out with TBV early morning, Monday morning. We're back with another one. It is fight week for one of the biggest fights that 2021 is bringing us. Terence Bud Crawford steps in the ring to defend his WBO title on the last fight of his top-ranked contract versus Shawn Porter. And they're calling this Terence's toughest opponent to date. I just don't know, guys. I just don't know. I went back and watched the Earl Spence fight. Obviously, Crawford, when he does the most damage, he's usually out of that southpaw stance. So I figured the Earl Spence fight would be a good fight to go back and watch, see how good Terence would do versus Shawn, who faced a very big southpaw, strong southpaw in Earl Spence. And Earl, you know, rewatching that fight as early as this morning, bro, he was pretty dirty. And I mean, Earl Spence, he was definitely dirty in that fight. I don't think that Porter was ready for that. And I didn't give him many rounds at the end of the day. You know, that fight, the first time around, I guess I over-assessed some of the work that Porter might have done, or at least that I thought he did. Rewatching it, I found a lot more success for Earl Spence, who, you know, pretty much did what he said, which was, you know, fight Porter's game. And he did a good job of that. Like, you know, if anybody's going to be Shawn Porter, I didn't think Earl would be able to mimic him like that. I don't know when's the last time you watched that fight, Lady Shan, but yeah, I mean, I just thought that Porter had a lot more success when I first watched it. And I'm not done watching the Earl Spence Porter, but so far I got Shawn winning maybe 2-3 rounds. And I think
I had him winning. I think I had him winning 3 or 4 because I did a rewatch of that on my channel.
How recent ago?
I think I had it 8-4.
How recent ago?
About maybe 2 months.
So you had it 8-4 with a knockdown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to do a lot more if he wants to beat Bud. Now Earl used some slick moves in there, right? Like he leaned on Porter so much over his back. It reminded me of the Wilder Fury fight, and Earl actually did that before Fury did it to Wilder. So that was interesting to see this morning. He consistently
It was low blows.
Tons of low blows, and that's how he slowed Porter down. You know, a lot of low blows that didn't get seen by the ref, weren't warnings. There were no point deductions, and it was just a consistent amount of low blows. Let me see. I got my scorecard here. I just want to see how far along I got.
I must have it on my scorecard. So I can be correct.
So
Yeah.
So I stopped watching because I had to get ready for the show in the 8th round. And I got it 77-75. And I know right now, most people would argue with me because I gave round 8 to Porter. And I don't think anyone gave round 8 to Porter.
I gave round 8 to Errol.
Yeah. I don't think anyone gave round 8 to Porter. But that's a tight-ass swing round, let me tell you. And it felt like Earl was starting to slow down just a little bit. But, I mean, all I'm saying is this. Based off of this Earl fight, he ain't doing enough, which is crazy. The dude that we think does more than he needs to, he's really not doing enough. Like, it's ineffective aggression. I hate to say it, but it's ineffective aggression. And, you know, all night, because I woke up really early and I just kept looking at my WhatsApp like, damn, if I see that Ken, you know, that it says, you know how it tells you at the top of the WhatsApp, like last seen. And And I'm like, if I see Ken is up, I'm sending him a fucking message because this ain't gonna work. And I know my opinion don't fucking matter, but I still want to at least say, yo, bruh, he got to be more accurate. He has to be more accurate. He's missing so many of those fucking right hooks and left hooks. He's got to be more accurate.
What score did you have it in the Spence? I had 116, 111.
I haven't, like I said, I haven't finished. I'm only in round 9. I'm going into the round 9. I've scored only 8 rounds.
Okay,
and
got you.
He's got to do more. He's got it. Because I know, see, having it already 77 Earl up, going into the 9th, and I know the knockdown is coming. It's like, bro, you ain't doing enough. And you ain't going to do enough versus Crawford, who's more accurate. Now, will Crawford have the success of Earl? Because, again, Earl used every dirty trick in the book. He put his head in his chest. You know, he'll lay on his back. He'll push him down with one arm and then hit him with the other arm. I mean, he did everything in the book. So, is Crawford going to be thinking like that? Is he going to be more sportsmanship and try to beat him, you know, at boxing? But there was also a point where Earl took a step back and clocked Porter with a back left hook. You know, it's like a step back right hand.
And whipped his face right. Woo.
It's almost like a step back right hand if you're like a Floyd or something, and he stepped back, but he hooked instead of straight. Bro, I can't have Porter get hit with those from Crawford. I just feel like Crawford's one of the most accurate fighters out there. So that's why his shots hurt more. And again, watching that fight, he definitely slowed Porter down with those body shots and a lot of those illegal shots, hip shots. There was so many hip shots. I mean, man, you know.
The ref weren't reffing.
No, and it was Jack Reese. His thing is to let you fight. He's like, oh, Porter, let your hand loose. And it's like, bro, are you watching what's going on? So it's an interesting fight, man. It is fight week. And obviously the smart pick is on Crawford. But
I'm still gonna bet on Porter. Go ahead.
No,
Chulo.
it's not about it's not about betting on Porter. It's just that, man, I watched the Kavalaskis fight this morning too, and he did get dropped. You know I said it a lot, but watching it again, he got dropped, and he's a tit for tat type of guy. You know, like if Porter hits him with a right, he wants to get his back. He doesn't want to wait till the next round. He's not with being patient. It's like, you hit me, I got to hit you back. And
tit for tat.
That could work for Porter. That could work in Porter's favor if he can get Crawford into some sort of exchange like that. But the thing is,
I don't know how that fares well. Like Crawford's going to know that Shawn's going to bring it to him, and Shawn's going to know that Crawford could outbox him, trade with him a bit. Just know that when Crawford turns southpaw, that means he's trying to get you out of there. Southpaw activated in 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah, but
Like, yeah.
I think
Yep.
he came out in the southpaw stance for Velasquez, if I'm not mistaken. He came right out in that stance. And that's what I was telling Ken the other day. I had him on, and I'm like, you know, what are you anticipating? Are you anticipating because you're the toughest opponent till date that he comes out automatically in his best style? Because I call the southpaw stance for Crawford his best style, or where he's most comfortable at, because when the going gets tough, he switches to southpaw. When it's time to get you out of there, he knocks you out from the southpaw stance. When he wants to get aggressive, he gets into the southpaw stance. So I feel like that's where he's most comfortable at. And if he comes out like that, he's coming out to make a statement. You know, Porter has a beautiful jab. You know, he has a beautiful jab. And I really want to see him use it more. I seen it in spots in the Earl Spence fight where he'll be jabbing and circling, right? And then every so often, Earl would think he's going to jab and circle, and instead he'll double jab straight right hand down the pipe. And a lot of those was blocked. You know, Earl got a good high guard, but a lot of them did go through the middle, and it also set up the left hook for Porter. Very interesting, man, because Earl is so much bigger. If you watch that fight, like if you just put it on right now and you see them in the inside, Earl is towering over him. When he walks back to the corner, you see Earl walk into the corner. He's so much taller and wider, or at least look, you know,
well, they're both
stronger.
big welterweights. Porter's a big welterweight. Porter's big.
I'm telling you, turn it on. ESPN, I mean, PBC has it for free on YouTube. It's got like 3 million views. Horrible sound, but you can check it out. And just watch when they go to their respected corner. You can tell the height difference. Earl is so much more above the fourth rope, where Porter, his shoulders are slightly above that fourth rope. There's a true height difference. Now, that works for Porter because he stays low, and that's how he gets that momentum on them left and right hooks. But, you know, whoever comes down the pipe lands on Porter a lot. He's just got a solid chin, let me tell you. Earl hit that dude with some shit. I know for one thing, if you know, you spoke about bet, I'm definitely betting decision. I don't think Crawford knocks him out. Now, I'm not going to go and get as crazy as I did with Plant. You know, I know Plant is no Porter. And I know Canelo's no Crawford, but I still do feel strongly that Porter's going to last. I mean, watching that Earl fight, he took like low blows and combination punching. Because it's like he hit him with a low blow. Then he hit him with a combination left hook while Porter was trying to complain to the ref. And nothing happened. He didn't go down. He didn't stagger him. He didn't hurt him. He didn't daze him. It's like, yo, Porter got a hell of a chin. He caught Porter.
But Porter's bigger than him. Wider than Porter.
Wide,
Spence may be taller, but Porter's wider than Spence.
Yeah, but wider from like shoulders, right? Like he's got a good V size back. Like if you walk behind him, you could tell his back is you know, it gets smaller at the waist but wider at the shoulders. And he's got big shoulders and long arms, but I think that Crawford still has the reach advantage though.
No, I'm saying Crawford is the wider geezer.
Oh, okay. I thought you went back and watched the Earl fight.
Crawford is Earl's taller, Crawford's wider. Yeah, bigger arms.
I think bigger arms. I think Earl on fight night just looked so much bigger, you know, so much heavier. You know, the tactics he was using of laying on Shawn. And you know, none of that stuff
headlocked him.
Hell yeah. None of that stuff visibly affected Shawn. Like, he got hit with low blows. He only complained once. He never once, like, grabbed his groin area or, like, you know, tried to get extra time. But it had to have affected him. It had to have affected him and slowed him down, because he did slow down. I remember one round I was watching towards the end, he clinched, you know, just to clinch, not to, like, work. Yeah. So, you know, he can't. And that's what Earl did. He came out. The game plan for Earl Spence Jr. was to attack the body. He gave up whatever rounds he gave up. Some people gave Porter the first round. I don't think so. I gave it to
Okay.
Earl this
Oh, yeah.
morning, but a lot of people gave it to Shawn. But
I gave it to Earl.
oh, look at that. So some people gave it to Shawn, and I just need effective aggression. If he wants to win this fight versus one of the darling welterweights, it's got to be effective aggression. And he lands the occasional big hook, but he let Earl answer back a lot. One time, Porter comes up the middle, boom, big left uppercut, and Earl hits him right back with a left hand. Boom, take that with you on the way out. Like, he's gotta definitely be more defensive minded, man.
But he never is. You talk about Porter.
First 3 rounds of that Earl fight, he boxed, if you notice. And that's another thing. It's like, oh, Porter, this style. And I noticed, like, bro, he didn't come out with that mentality to get at Earl. And instead, Earl came out trying to do his impression of Porter to Porter. But Porter's pretty good when he boxes, man. Porter's pretty good when he boxes.
That's right. I gave him round 2, 3, and 4 over Errol. I gave Porter 2, 3, and 4. So he outboxed Errol in those rounds. I gave Errol 1, but 2, 3, and 4 went to Porter.
Wow, you gave him 2 and 3.
And 4.
And 4. I gave Earl 1, 2, 3.
Oh, did you?
Word.
Oh, okay.
Yo, he was dogging Porter, man. It's the body work, and I get it, because a lot of judges don't look at the body work, or like we had a call an argument like, oh, one jab or 5 jab doesn't matter versus an overhand. Right, I get it. In their opinion, that's their opinion. I love me some jabs. But yeah, man, I mean, it's subjective. Scoring is definitely subjective.
It is.
And some of that body work goes unnoticed, but I felt like Earl did a lot of good body work. I was shocked.
But this is what they need to do when they're selecting judges now. We've got 3 judges. We need to actually vet judges. Like, we're going to pick this judge because this judge tends to look more at body work. We're going to pick this judge because this judge looks at more of effective pressure fighting, effective aggression. We're going to pick this judge because this judge may look at defense a bit more, because defense is the lowest down on the list. Like, and then when you do it like that, you've got judges that are looking at the whole kind of scope of the fight. Sometimes if you're just watching judges that no judges care about body work, then and you're a fighter that scores a lot doing body block, you're not gonna be scoring according to these judges.
Yep. I mean, that's why people, they get mad. Like, they'll look at, what's that woman's name?
Oh, the one from the WBA?
Nah, the WBC, the one that likes Canelo a lot. Adelaide Bird. She likes counter punches. It's not just with Canelo. If you watch her scores, she will score for a counter puncher in a heartbeat.
Cool.
So you're right. And look, and when I remember Letterman loved that Maidana Margarito style, what he considered effective aggression. So does Max Kellerman. He'll look at a fight and he'll like, well, who would I rather be? All right, well, in that round, Earl landed, Earl landed more punches, so I don't want to be Porter. And it's like, yo, everybody got their own way of scoring. Ronald Finkley Super Chat says, how do I get my membership back? Members only. I mean, that's a YouTube thing. You just got to click the link. In every description of our YouTube videos, we got a link that says join this channel's membership perks. And you can check it out right there and see what.
Ronald, how did you lose your membership? Big up Ronald Finkley. How did he lose it? What happened?
Maybe, it's month to month. So maybe card or something like that.
Card or something. Yeah. Just, All right. Resub.
Are you expecting any surprises? Like, if you were to be surprised this weekend, what do you think it would be coming from?
Bud getting dropped.
So that would be a surprise. You don't expect him to get dropped.
It's because I've seen him drop. Well, with the Kavalauskas, that it was kind of like he hang on. It wasn't. I don't know. No, I don't really expect him to be dropped. Maybe dropped multiple times. How about that?
You know,
Yeah.
let me tell you, if that happens, that's the worst thing that could happen.
That's the worst. Yeah.
That's the worst thing that could happen for Bud, because it's like for all this time, people been saying he's been fighting, you know, hand-picked opponents. So now you get in there and the guy you fight isn't a puncher and drops you. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
No. When was the last time Bud fought? Kell Brook.
Last year. It's been a minute. It's been a minute for
Kell
sure.
Brook. This time last year, wasn't it? It's this time last year.
I don't
Was
even
that-
know.
yeah.
Let me
Yeah, it was-
double check. Get
It was
the
like
exact date. But
yesterday or the day before. It was exactly a year ago.
But yeah, I think it is a year for sure. But I will check right now. Shout out to Trusty Box Rack. Even though James is there, he probably checked already. No, James?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yeah, we
you.
can.
I'm working on it right now, boss.
Oh
Let's have a
wow.
look. Both of you guys.
I think let me see. Here goes Box Rack.
His last fight was Kell Brook in November 14th of 2020.
Oh wow. So yesterday made a year. Yesterday made a
Yay,
year.
Sean! Good memory, eh? Because remember, I was kind of just coming into boxing. My channel was doing my boxing channel for a month, and he was one of my first batch of predictions, and I predicted a 4th round stoppage for Bud, and it was a 4th round stoppage. It's on record.
You should have bet. You should have bet that.
I know. Didn't know nothing about no betting. I was like 4th round stoppage, and everyone was like, "Why 4th round specifically?" I was like,
4th round for what fight?
Kell
for
Brook.
Bud and Kell Brook.
Oh.
I predicted 4th round stoppage.
You know, I watched a lot of like closer looks, like people, you know, making their own version of like, you know, Terence Crawford versus Shawn Porter, take a closer look at this fight type of thing. And, you know, it's funny. I wish I had the time to do those mashup videos where like you get all this footage from all these fights and then you narrate it, because they're lying. You know, like somebody's out there talking about, well, you know, Earl fought Brook and it went 11 rounds and then Bud did it in 4. And it's like, bro, that wasn't even the same version. It was almost 10 years difference in time.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know, these
context
dudes
is
be out here
everything.
lying, man. They be out here just saying shit to look good when the truth is, you know, certain fighters were in their prime, out their prime, in and around the prime. You know, and there's nothing wrong with telling the truth about that. But people struggle for sure with it. They I guess it sounds better, you know, to say that one guy beat another guy in better fashion, even though fucking 20 years passed by.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Earl had to go. He had to go to foreign territory to get their world title as well.
Came
So
to-
I feel
yeah,
like
he
that
came here.
Earl, he had to go over
To the
the pond,
UK.
across the pond to get that off of Kell Brook. But then they discredited Earl in that because they said that there was damaged goods. Kell Brook coming
From
off the
Triple
Triple
G.
G step up.
Well, you know, well, at the end of the day, Kell Brook decided to do the fight. So
I got
Can I ask-
once you agree, then you're all good. Can't have any excuses.
Chinese Yoda is saying a super chat which says, Lady Shan back is 100% Mr. Pigeon, whatever that means.
Have no clue. Oh, hi.
Can I ask y'all a question? Or you got more super chats?
Go ahead.
Do you guys feel like in the past 2 years that Bud has been an active fighter, or do you think he's been like kind of inactive?
I mean, doesn't his record say he's had one fight in the last 2? I mean, one fight per year. Yeah, he had.
Except for 2019, he had 2 fights, but one fight last year, one fight this year.
Yeah, I wouldn't say.
So would you consider that inactivity, or just like a good like resting and just trying to
No,
get
it's
the right
not
fight?
inactive. It's not inactive, but it's not as active what you can.
Yeah, it's
can be. If he
not
had one fight in like 18 months or 2 years,
it's
then
not
I'd definitely
inactivity.
say-
It's just
it's not
very
as
little
active as he can.
activity.
Yeah,
Very little
It's the
activity.
minimum.
Minimum activity allowed.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
that's what it
he
is.
could be
Minimum
doing so much
activity.
more. But, you know, you have to know that a lot of that comes from lack of securing an opponent. When you can't get an opponent, it's hard to have a fight because you ain't got nobody to fight with. So,
Right.
you know, we'll see. He's going to be a free agent. This is what's most exciting about this fight is that it's his last fight with Top Rank.
Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully we get to see more of him and
Yeah.
find out what he does, you know. What direction does he go after this?
This fight, if this fight does around 300,000 pay-per-view buys, do you think he stays with Top Rank?
Well,
No. He's going. It's a fact. Already Teddy Atlas called it, and I already knew that.
Just
he
for
wasn't
the
going anywhere.
facts, I mean, it's not really a fact, but it's a fact that this is his opinion. Bob Arum stated that he believes it'll do anywhere between 500 and 1.5 million. Now, I get it.
Damn.
I get it.
I thought it would do about 400,000.
I don't see you doing bigger than the Canelo fight.
Well,
450.
I'll give you
to
this
max.
argument. I know that Plant really did his thing by slapping Canelo, where a lot of you guys didn't believe that did anything. I think that's what drove the interest. Now, I don't believe that Plant is any more popular than Bud or Porter, but I do believe that the slap and the controversy, the mainstream media that covered it, took that promotion over the top. But I do believe that Terence and Bud together, that's the same person, so of course they're together. Terence and Porter together do have a strong possibility because I feel like the combination of them is as strong as a Canelo Plant because Plant is a weak B-side compared to other B-sides. But yes, he boosted himself and the promotion with the slap. I think that's what changed things. Now, I don't expect Porter to slap anybody, but you never know about Bud, though.
Bud said he would just slap him if he wasn't in no boxing match. He said he would slap the shit out of him. So
what? He said he would slap Porter?
Yeah, he said. Didn't you see the clip where he said, "Don't get it twisted. Like I'd slap the shit out of you."
Wow.
And I'm not talking about boxing.
Okay, I got Keith Heidick on the line with BoxingScene.com. Keith, how are you?
Hey, Ness, how you doing?
I am good. I appreciate your time as always. I want to get right into, I guess, one of your biggest reports because we need clarity to understand the pay-per-views. Most recently, I seen you tweet out something about how Al Heyman renegotiated the provider percentage that I guess he has to break them off with every time there's a pay-per-view. Boxing fans long have been under the impression that, promoters have to give 50, sometimes 40% to the provider. But most recently, you had some new information. Can you just educate us?
Yeah, it's closer to 40%. The standard in the industry for a long time was a 50% split between the promoter and the promoter and the distributor, and then the cable and satellite operators, which are the traditional forms of the way people consume pay-per-view events. That has changed a lot now. I mean, he renegotiated this. This was not recently. This was probably about, if I'm remembering it correctly, about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer ago than that. So he gets, I don't know I don't have the contracts, obviously, but it's closer to 40% now than 50%, which is a substantial amount of money when you're dealing with fights that do, 500,000 buys, 600,000, and in this case, they believe it will get to 800,000 buys. So it turns into a lot of money, of course. And then, the promoter is splitting with the distributor as well on their side of it. The distributor, in this case, Showtime, generally gets somewhere between 8 and 10%. And they absorb some of the risk, but usually less risk than the promoter. So that's where it's, and the other thing to factor in too, Ness, is that digital sales account for a lot of sales these days. They don't tell us exactly how many, but it seems to be, they're protective of that information, but it seems that with each passing event, more of the sales are consumed, are bought digitally than before. And it's just becoming a way more that people consume fights now, either on their computers, their laptops, their phones even. You know, people are out on Saturday nights and they might get the fight on a phone. Not an ideal way to watch it, of course, because the phone screens are so small, but people are doing it en masse now. So it does account for a bigger percentage, and they keep much more than 60% of those sales, because if you're, now there are other ways to buy it digitally than Showtime's website, but a lot of people do buy it, in this case, directly from Showtime's website, in other cases from Fox's website. And of course, the ESPN Top Rank model is completely different because you're buying it almost exclusively through the ESPN Plus platform. You still can buy it through traditional platforms, but a lot of it is bought through the ESPN Plus avenue, vehicle, however you want to explain it.
Now, Bob is being, I would say, optimistic, especially since you've reported that Canelo is tracking to do about 800 or above thousand pay-per-view buys. Bob is suggesting Porter Crawford can do anywhere between 500,000 and 1.5 million. Do you have any educated guess for us?
Well, Bob says a lot of things, as we well know, Ness, so I wouldn't put too much stock in the 1.5 million number. You know, Bob's a promoter. He's supposed to say things that grab attention and are optimistic, cautiously optimistic sometimes. I don't think the fight will get anywhere near 1.5 million buys. It's an excellent fight. It's obviously the most difficult challenge on paper, at least for Terence Crawford, since he moved up to the welterweight division 3 years ago. I just don't think that commercially it will do as well. I don't even think as the Canelo Plant fight, just because Canelo is such a transcendent star. He's obviously the biggest star in American boxing and has an enormous Mexican fan base, which obviously helps him sell a lot of pay-per-views. And Terence Crawford, while a lot of people still argue the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world, although Canelo seems to have taken his spot, he's certainly one of the 3 best pound-for-pound fighters in boxing. And Shawn Porter is a proven, well-known welterweight. I think they'll do very good business together. I think somewhere between 500,000 and 600,000 buys is a somewhat realistic number. But the thing, Ness, as you well know, and you guys talk about this all the time, people find ways to steal the signal. So, they're stealing money from the fighters and their families when they do that, but people are just going to do that. If you can figure out a way to watch the fight for free and you don't want to pay $70 in this case, or in some cases $80, and I do understand that when you ask people to go into their pocket seemingly every other week here in this stretch that we have, they're just not going to do it, and if they can find ways to steal the signal, they're going to do it. So it's really on the promoters and the television networks and the distributors to figure out a way to better police it so they make more money, but it really does cut into the actual buy rates. I mean, I think many more people than 500,000 will see the Crawford-Porter fight, but not necessarily buy it.
Do you think that Plant is a stronger B-side than Porter, or was the slap just heard and seen around the world, picked up by a lot of commercial media, which made the Plant-Canelo fight as big as it turned out to be?
I don't think that it hurt. There was a lot of publicity, negative publicity, of course, but they say all publicity is good publicity, right? So it did help build up toward the fight, the skirmish or whatever you want to call it that happened at the press conference. It obviously grabbed a lot of headlines and drew a lot of attention. But I think the buy rate more relates to how big of a star Canelo is. I don't think Plant was necessarily a weak B-side. Now, he's not as established or well-known as Shawn Porter, who not only has fought everyone in the welterweight division, but is a prominent broadcaster on a broadcast network in the United States. So he's very well-known, Shawn Porter, and of course he's an excellent, excellent fighter with a proven track record. But I would say this about Plant. Look, people try to dispute the numbers and everything, but when Caleb Plant fought on Fox, and he fought the main events on Fox, he drew higher viewership consistently. It's happened multiple times, particularly in his fight against Caleb Truax, which was considered pretty much an easy fight at that point in Caleb Truax's career because, Plant was much younger and an excellent boxer, and Caleb Truax was 37 or 38 years old. That was not viewed as a competitive fight going into it. Yet that fight peaked at 2.1 million viewers, and that's substantially more than most of Fox's main events. So there is probably something to be said for Caleb Plant having a little bit more of a fan base than people are willing to recognize.
Before I move on from him, I just want to get, I guess, what is your most educated guess on what Plant does next? And do you know anything of these alleged rumors? The internet wants to have us believe he has a broken orbital bone as well.
Well, he has denied that publicly, so I don't have any inside information, Nessa. Just people have said that he has a fractured orbital bone. Based on the way his face looked when he left the ring, that would not surprise me at all. But he has denied it. Either way, he's not going to fight for. I mean, that was a very rough fight. He takes his first loss. It was a physically grueling fight. So I wouldn't expect him to fight for 9 months or so anyway. I don't expect him to come back until at the absolute earliest, sometime in the summer. So even if he has a slightly fractured orbital bone, which is, of course, a serious injury, if it doesn't need surgery, he probably wouldn't fight until the summer, early fall anyway. And I think he'd be on that schedule regardless of whether he has that injury or not.
So Clarissa signed a 7-figure deal with Boxer, but how do us Americans get to watch her fight? They're setting up this, I guess, I don't want to call it a tune-up, but, an in-between fight while she gets to Savannah Marshall. But do we get to see this fight? Have you heard anything from Salida or Showtime? Is anyone picking up this fight?
I've spoken to Dimitri about this recently. I think it was Thursday or Friday. And they're looking for a broadcast partner in the U.S. They weren't at the point where they had made a deal or close to making a deal. If I had to guess, it will probably be on Fight TV or something like that. That's my educated guess on it. But and for a reasonable price, I would think. I don't think it would be like a $30 pay-per-view or anything like that. I think they'd have to be more reasonable about it because Savannah Marshall and Claressa Shields are basically in fights that they're heavily favored to win, and it's obviously set up for them to fight in the spring sometime. So there is interest in that. I think it's one of the bigger fights in women's boxing that you could make, not necessarily, in my opinion, as big as Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, which also could come off in April. But it's a big fight in women's boxing, and of course is a real test for Claressa Shields and her opportunity to avenge her only loss in a boxing ring as an amateur or professional. So there's a real storyline there. Now, she just lost in MMA, but I don't really hold that against her in any way. She doesn't even know how, she barely knows how to fight in MMA. So I just commend her for taking that leap and trying to do something really incredible. And it just really showed when she lost a couple of weeks ago that she really is a genuine novice in MMA. So again, I don't really hold that against her all that much. I know some people enjoyed seeing Claressa lose because she's a very polarizing person and she's not shy about expressing her opinions. But I think more so, if you take a step back from all of that, you'd have to really commend her for even trying to fight in MMA. I mean, it's not, and she's doing it simultaneous to training for boxing. She's going from boxing to MMA, from boxing to MMA. It's pretty incredible what she's trying to do. And of course, she's being paid handsomely for the trouble to fight in MMA, but it's really remarkable what she's doing. I think she deserves a lot of credit for that.
And Keith, how realistic are these Andy Ruiz, Wilder, I guess, internet rumors again? Because we know Andy's called out Wilder, but is it realistic for PBC to do Wilder Ruiz immediately after Wilder's very tough 3 fights with Fury, or are you expecting him to be out even longer than the plan?
Yeah, I don't see any way that Andy Ruiz is fighting Deontay Wilder next. I wouldn't expect Deontay Wilder to fight anytime soon. He took a beating in his last fight. He's going to need some time physically to rest. He's made an enormous amount of money in his last few fights. He doesn't really need to come back quickly, and he's going to have to from a psychological standpoint, really try to deal with this loss because, look, he doesn't have any excuses this time. He had a lot of excuses after the second loss about everything that happened. Tyson Fury emphatically knocked him out in their third fight, so he's going to have to overcome the psychological hurdle of that first defeat and not have any excuse for it before he comes back. When he does come back, I would expect him to fight a lesser opponent, I guess is the best way to put it, than Andy Ruiz, and I would expect Andy Ruiz, the opponents that I have heard that are more realistic for Andy Ruiz as opposed to Deontay Wilder are Luis Ortiz, which is an intriguing fight, though not really all that sellable on pay-per-view, and it would have to be a pay-per-view fight based on the purses that they would demand, or Andy Ruiz against Charles Martin, which is, of course, a lesser fight commercially even than the Ortiz fight, but is an interesting fight. Those are the two guys that I would expect Andy Ruiz. Either of those two guys are the ones that I would expect Andy Ruiz to fight next, not Deontay Wilder.
Well, and have you heard anything of our mutual friend here, Keith? What seems like no time, Thurman. I texted him the other day because I seen Castillo Clayton from Canada was in Las Vegas, and I was just wishfully hoping he was mentioning that he was getting ready for a fight for a possible Thurman, but Thurman denied that. Have you heard anything for Thurman? And I mean, should we just stop thinking about him? I mean, it's really going way over 2.5 years, right? Are we at 2.5 now?
Yeah. We're getting there. We're getting close to 2.5 years. And I said, look, I understand Keith Thurman's enjoying the fruits of his labor. He has put a price tag on what he feels he is worth. That price tag is higher than people are willing to pay at this point. The days of Keith Thurman getting what he once upon a time called get-back fights and things, that's over with because no one cares anymore. I mean, look, he already lost, and it was a close competitive fight against Manny Pacquiao, but he's not an undefeated world champion anymore. He's in no position to demand making millions of dollars for tune-up fights. So he's going to have to come back to earth to some degree on his asking prices. And if he does that, maybe because I'll tell you what, if he fights Castillo Clayton coming off nearly a 3-year layoff, that will not be an easy fight. So we know what happened the last time that Keith Thurman took a fight that people thought was going to be easy, but then against Josecito Lopez, he almost got knocked out. So I'd be real careful if I'm him from a matchmaking standpoint of who I fight next. But it's a tricky business dealing for Al Heyman in that you want to put him in a fight that's fair to him coming off a 2.5-year layoff, but he's had a 2.5-year layoff because he refused to fight for X amount of dollars. So what do you do there? Do you put him in a fight where he's clearly a favorite? And if you do that, how much money is he willing to accept for that type of fight? You're not going to pay Keith Thurman $1 million from someone on Josecito Lopez's level. It just doesn't make any sense. So you wouldn't think that that's going to happen. I think Terence Crawford kind of put it the best way that he could put it a few weeks ago when we asked him about Keith Thurman. He said, and I was sort of surprised that he said this.
Keith, you're not talking into the mic. You're getting muffled up a little bit.
Yeah, I was sort of surprised that Terence Crawford said this a few weeks ago when we had him in Las Vegas after the press conference. But he said that he thinks that the Keith Thurman fight for him is a bigger event commercially than the Shawn Porter fight.
Yeah.
I appreciated his honesty. I just thought it was a weird thing for him to say while he was promoting the Shawn Porter fight. But in saying that, Terence Crawford also said that he doesn't know what Keith Thurman's doing. So while he thinks it's a bigger fight, he doesn't know that, let's say he beat Shawn Porter on Saturday night. He doesn't know if that's a realistic opportunity for him in 2022 because he literally said, I don't know what Keith Thurman's doing. No one knows what Keith Thurman's doing. And that is true. And that's, I think, where we're at with Keith Thurman at this point.
Damn, I'm going to have to go to that gym, and I'm going to have to ask him because, it sounds like the best thing for him to do is take an off-TV tune-up fight since he's not being, given the luxury of an on-TV tune-up fight because he can't afford, hypothetically, to take a Castillo Clayton fight straight off, without a tune-up, basically, in my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, you just said the same thing,
Well, he he would never take a non-TV fight, and I don't think that would even be proposed to him just because he's too big of a name in boxing to have him fighting off TV. What I think more it relates to, Ness, is that he's just going to have to be realistic with his purse demands. Look, he's made a lot of money. Al Heyman has made him a very wealthy man and helped him invest his money. He's not hurting for money. So, but if he thinks he's going to come back and fight for $2 million in a tune-up fight, that just isn't happening. So it's on him to be realistic about what he should expect for that type of fight, if that's what he wants before he moves into a more difficult fight, which is a realistic expectation on his part as well, because, again, he's been off for 2.5 years.
And so let me ask you, you said in this conversation he turned down. Who did he turn down? What have you heard?
Who turned down?
Keith, you said.
I don't know what. No, I'm just saying. I don't know specifically which opponents he's turned down, but what I am saying is he expects a certain amount of money that he's just not going to be paid. Like the days of giving him 7-figure tune-up fights are in effect over. So that's more what I was referring to.
Was Ellerby? I mean, I know I asked you this, but I just got to double down. Was Ellerby capping? They never made an offer to Thurman? Was that all fake and just to hype up Gervonta? Do you think that was realistic because of the time off for Thurman?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I don't really think that Gervonta Davis is fighting Keith Thurman. At a certain point, Gervonta Davis is just taking on too big of a guy. Thurman's not that tall.
He's sparring
he's about
Porter,
5'8" or so.
He's in Vegas right now sparring Porter.
No, I'm not saying he can't. But there's a big difference between sparring some bigger guys and actually fighting them. Now, Ness, I'll say this. I don't think Gervonta Davis has been given enough credit for beating Mario Barrios. That was not an easy fight. And Barrios, while he's not an A-level talent, he's a B-level talent, but he's a big dude, and he had never been beaten before. And you know as well as I do, Ness, now you're a big guy, so you're bigger than most people. But when you see Gervonta Davis in person, he's a little dude, man. I mean, he's I'm not tall, and he's much shorter than me. So for him to be fighting guys that are 5'10" and even be talking about fighting welterweights, that's impressive in itself. I don't know that the Thurman thing was realistic. Leonard's a promoter too. I mean, he's got sometimes they try to sell us narratives that aren't necessarily true. And it's all part of the show. We get all that. But I don't think that Gervonta Davis should be fighting at welterweight. What I want to see, and they have the financial wherewithal to make some of these fights happen, if the fighters can be a little more realistic with their financial demands. But I want to see Gervonta Davis fight the lightweights. We're in I wouldn't say a golden era, that's a little melodramatic, but these lightweights are very good. And now we have Devin Haney fighting Jojo Diaz. I give him credit for that. Jojo Diaz is better, I think, than people give him credit for being. But there's Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, Gervonta Davis, all these guys, obviously Devin Haney. These guys should be fighting each other. So I don't want to continue hearing about them taking on these fantasy fights 3 weight classes above where they belong or whatever. I want to see them fight each other. And I know that, that's what the fans want, and sometimes it's just not realistic from a business standpoint. But why can't any of these guys fight each other? I don't get it. And I hope in 2022, at least one of those fights happens. Because what are we doing here? If you have all these young elite lightweights and none of them fight each other? Like if Devin Haney comes out on the right side of this Jojo Diaz fight, let's have him fight Tank at some point in 2022. Or have one of these guys, I think Teofimo Lopez is the best of the bunch, but I want to see him fight these other, before he moves up to junior welterweight, I want to see him fight these other lightweights, or at least one of them. So let's make one of those fights happen. And I don't know that we're on the path toward that happening yet, because inside and out too. Who knows what we're looking at in 2022? But I expect Gervonta Davis to beat Isaac Cruz on December 5th, and I hope we get him into the ring with one of the at some point next year.
Keith, I don't want to keep you much longer. Do you have time? Because I could talk all day with you. Yeah.
I got a couple more minutes. I got to get back to work a little bit, but yeah, I got a couple more.
Okay. So I guess we should talk about you said you want to see these guys fight each other at 135, but there's quite a few divisions that seem to be like that, right? Welterweight is one of those divisions, and you got 154, I would say. No, not 54, excuse me. Oh, my God. Oh, 60 with Andre.
I guess you got 68.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking 60. You got Andre, Laura, Jamal. Obviously, you know, you can mix Canelo in there, but he's obviously done enough not to be mentioned. But they've never fought each other, and they've been with each other for 2 divisions now, 54 and 60. You know, have you heard anything about Laura? I know Laura wanted the Murata shot and was expecting the WBA to mandate. They didn't. They went with the Gennady fight. So anything about Laura?
Fighting who do you mean?
Anyone? Is there anything?
Oh, I think Lara is going to go back down to 154. He's not really a 60-pounder. He's not that big of a guy, and I think he just went up for whatever reason. Well, we know the reason. It was because the WBA pulls all kinds of nonsense with these titles, which they've now been forced to stop doing to some extent. But they kind of, they created that situation where he fought Thomas LaManna for a version of the WBA middleweight title. I think he's going to return to 154 pounds, which is a better weight class for him. As it relates to Andrade, I think Andrade's just in this same holding pattern that he's been in for quite some time, and he's going on 34 years old, unfortunately. So I expect him to beat Jason Quigley rather handily on Friday night. But I don't know what's ahead for him in 2022 because I don't see the Charlo fight being made. I think Charlo's made it crystal clear that under no circumstances will he fight him on Dazn, no matter how much money they pay him. I don't know necessarily if he'll use that fight as Charlo as worthwhile in terms of the.
You're muffling up a little bit again. I don't know if it's the mic. And can you just be clear when it comes to the Charlo-Andrade fight? So you're saying Charlo's made it clear. So is this a Charlo thing, or because I thought maybe
I don't think that he. I'm sorry, I don't think that he's unwilling to fight, and I don't think it's like that he's afraid to fight. He's not afraid to fight anybody. But I think he's in position now where he has a real ticket in this Canelo sweepstakes. So if I'm Jamal Charlo, I just wait out until January when Canelo Alvarez said he would reconvene with his team and determine his next move. If his next move is someone other than Jamal Charlo, well, then Charlo can go about his business from there and decide what to do next. But he has to wait until, Canelo holds all the cards, right? He holds all the leverage.
Why do you think he has a good opportunity at the Canelo shot now? Can you just give us your breakdown?
Well,
why do you think he's in the front runner?
I wouldn't say he's the front runner. I would say among the PBC fighters, I consider him the front runner because I think that Canelo looks at Benavidez as maybe a tougher fight than Charlo because Charlo would be coming up to 168, has never fought in that weight class. And I'm not saying that Benavidez would beat Canelo, but he's a young, strong, big volume puncher who's shown a great chin. There are a lot of things about David Benavidez that I think might make Canelo fight someone else before he seriously considers fighting Benavidez. Again, not saying that Canelo's afraid to fight anyone. He's fought everyone you could think of, basically, almost to this point. So it's not that. But I think from a business standpoint, the Charlo fight might be a bigger fight commercially right now than the Benavidez fight. The Benavidez fight might be a little more intriguing from a stylistic standpoint, but I do think that Charlo is still a bigger name right now than Benavidez, and people have wanted to see that fight for quite some time when they were both at middleweight. They're exactly the same age. They're both 31 years old. So I think now would be the time to make that fight if he stays with PBC. He seems to have been very happy with his PBC Showtime experience. He made a lot of money. I mean, people are speculating that he'll walk away from this somewhere between $45 and $50 million, and what's not to be happy about that, I guess. But on the flip side of it, on the DAZN side, he could still make the Triple G fight, assuming Triple G beats Murata in December. They could still make that fight, and that would be a huge event and it would be a transcendent fight that would capture the mainstream's attention, unlike maybe any other fight that's available to Canelo, including the Charlo fight. So that I think he'll pick between those two fights and the Dmitry Bivol fight. And then I think I don't know if the Bivol fight he would consider easier than the Triple G fight, but I think he considers Triple G a diminished fighter at this point, and he's going on 40 years old. But I also think, Ness, that Canelo I think Canelo enjoys watching Triple G struggle to make big fights without him. He really has I don't know if he hates him, but he seriously dislikes Triple G, and I think he's kind of reveling in Triple G kind of struggling here, fighting once a year against Camille Zarameta, and then while the Murata fight is a big fight in Japan, it is not a big fight in the United States. And I think maybe he doesn't want to give him the opportunity to avenge his only loss and the opportunity to make more money against Canelo than he would make for fighting anyone else.
And that sounds like a very expensive fight to make. Do you envision or foresee that that's when Dazn brings back their rumored pay-per-view model that they've been surveying their customers with?
Yes, absolutely. I think for all intents and purposes, I think it's why that's been mentioned publicly, because if he fights Triple G, it will be on some sort of pay-per-view model. And then if you're a subscriber of DAZN, you have every right to scream bloody murder, basically, because they promised you that pay-per-view was dead and the pay-per-view model was dead, and now they're talking about doing pay-per-view fights. I'm not really sure how they do that with a straight face, to be honest with you, but that's the reality of the boxing business at this point. So if they fight, I do think it will be under some pay-per-view model, maybe at a lower price than $80, because the other pay-per-views that they did with Canelo, remember, DAZN did make, as part of their business model for Canelo's 3 fights before he fought Plant, those fights were available on traditional, it was not really publicized all that much, but those fights were available on traditional pay-per-view platforms and at a slightly lower price. They were like $65 and $60 instead of $70 and $80. Not that much of a difference, but yeah, so I think that fight would be on pay-per-view. It's a very expensive fight, as you said, Ness. And if I'm Canelo, though, and I'm making $45 to $50 million to fight Caleb Plant, and then you would have to figure he would make something close to that for fighting Jamal Charlo, you don't need to fight Triple G to make an enormous amount of money. You're already doing that.
Mm-hmm. So, last but not least, have you spoken to Bozy Ennis or Cameron Duncan? And, where are they with a partnership so that us fans can actually see Boots in with some good PBC fighters? And how realistic is a Rashidi Ellis fight? I spoke to his trainer, who says that for the beginning of the year, he should be out of the Golden Boy contract. Have you heard if there's any interest of a Rashidi Ellis from the PBC Showtime side as a potential Boots dance partner?
I have not, and I don't want to see that, because there's no point to that. I mean, Jaron Ennis is... Look, if Jaron Ennis fought Terence Crawford tomorrow, I'm not sure that I would pick Terence Crawford. So I don't need to see him fight Rashidi Ellis and people on... No offense, but I don't need to see that. And Showtime doesn't need to spend that kind of money, and no one needs to spend that kind of money to see that. We know what the result of that would be. What we need to see, and look, this is unfortunately the predicament that Jaron Ennis is in. Cameron Duncan is his promoter, as we well know. He thus far has resisted partnering with Al Heyman, and until he does that, until Al Heyman makes it worth his while financially to do that, and thus far, in Cameron Duncan's opinion, that has not happened, but until that happens, Boots Ennis simply is not going to get the welterweights that he wants unless he becomes the mandatory. He's not in position to be the mandatory in any of the 4 sanctioning organizations right now. If you look at where he's ranked, while the Delorme win was very impressive, it is not going to put him in a mandatory position for his next fight. So he's really no better off today than he was the day before he beat Delorme. It hasn't really changed. People are very high on Jaron Ennis, but...
Let me, I guess, debate you a little bit on that, because can't they just simply put in a petition to Daryl Peoples. He's obviously the number 3. Like you said, he just fought Delorme.
Well, I see where you're going with this, but let me ask you a question. Who has more influence with the sanctioning organizations, PBC or Cameron Duncan?
Obviously, PBC.
Well, there's your answer.
But Earl hasn't had a mandatory since 2019 with Ocampos. I got emails.
Right, but Abdul Kakarov or whatever his name is the mandatory, right? And he hasn't fought him, so there's already a mandatory.
Yeah, so you petition for the eliminator with the guy who keeps refusing to fight Earl. He hasn't accepted an actual fight with Earl.
Well, when has it been presented to him?
I mean, I got an email in 2019 that said that he was supposed to be next after Ocampos. And we're going on 2 years?
Well, I mean, supposed to be next and supposed to be next and being offered the fight are two very different things.
But that's
and then remember, Errol went into a unification fight against Shawn Porter, and then he got into a car accident where he couldn't fight for a very long time, and then he fought Danny Garcia. I mean, Abdul Kakarov has not gotten his title shot, so they're not going to make, if what you're driving at is that they're going to make Abdul Kakarov fight Jaron Ennis before he gets his title shot, they can do that, but I would believe that would get them sued.
By Abdul, you're saying?
But right.
Well, damn.
Look, I'm not advocating any of this. I want Jaron Ennis to be able to fight for one of these titles because he's 24 years old now, going on 25. He's not 20 or 21, and he should not. He has earned, in my opinion, Look, if Stanionis has quote unquote earned a title shot, which the WBA seems hell bent on getting him for whatever reason, then Jaron Ennis certainly has. And if Jaron Ennis fought Imantas Stanionis tomorrow, what do you think would happen?
Yeah, I think Ennis would win. We had Stanonius on here, and he wasn't opposed to accepting step-aside money when I brought up the Earl Spence tweet where, when everything broke, the news about Stanonius getting the Ugas shot, Spence said something, I'm paraphrasing on Twitter, but he said something about, paying. Money talks is something like he said. Money talks to make situations like this work out. Do you believe that Al will offer Stanonius step aside to allow that alleged February Ugas fight?
I could see that happening. And as long as Stanionis accepts it, I mean, the WBA would have to go along with it, and the WBA has gone along with everything else, so I can't really see why they wouldn't. But and Stanionis please don't get me wrong, Stanionis is very good. I'm not trying to shit on him or anything. The guy can fight, and eventually should fight for a title. But what has he done to earn a title shot more than Jaron Ennis? I can't see anything that he's done that warrants that. So I just hope that Ennis does not remain in this holding pattern throughout 2022, because at a certain point it's detrimental to his career. And how many B-level, no disrespect to Thomas Delorme, tough guy, has fought everyone. I like Delorme. He's a nice person and all, but he beats up Lipinets. He knocks out Delorme in the first round. We've already seen him fight B-level PBC welterweights. How many of those types of opponents are we supposed to watch him go through? And by the way, Jaron Ennis is making a lot of money. He has a multi-fight deal with Showtime. While he's not technically affiliated with PBC, he is affiliated with Showtime, which, by the way, pays all the money. And he's making a lot of money. So, how many times are they... Now, they want to be in the Jaron Ennis business for the foreseeable future, so they're going to continue paying him. But how many B-level opponents are fans going to get up to watch Jaron Ennis fight before they finally get a little disinterested because he's not fighting the elite welterweights? That's what needs to happen. He needs to fight an elite welterweight. It's not his fault. In some respects, Jaron Ennis might be too good for his own good. He's not unbeatable. No one's unbeatable.
But that's why I'm shocked. In the interim, you wouldn't like the Rashidi Ellis fight. Undefeated fighter, a style he hasn't seen, the speed. He's consistently in the gym with Canelo. he's good enough for Canelo to bring him and his brother in for sparring. I don't know. I think they could sell it better than Delorme, Van Heerden, and
Are you Rashidi? So you're Rashidi Ellis's manager behind the scenes. What's going on here?
I wish I was anyone's manager behind the scenes. But honestly, isn't he a better fight than those three last Ennis opponents?
I don't know. I mean, who was he beating? I'm not. I have nothing personally against Rashidi Ellis.
He did a good job.
That is not who I'm looking to see Jaron Ennis fight. I don't know how else to say it. That's not who I'm looking to see him fight. I want to see him fight top level welterweights, and I realize that might not be realistic for his next fight. But for the sake of Ennis's growth and for his career and certainly his brand, he needs to fight top welterweights as soon as humanly possible, because otherwise, he just becomes stagnant at a certain point. Now, he's a self-motivated guy, and he's clearly not overlooking guys and not, under training or anything. Look what he just did to Delorme, obviously. But at a certain point, you have to wonder if he's becoming stagnant or becoming complacent. Not again, I have no evidence that he would. But if you're fighting the same level of guys for a couple of years and seemingly don't have that, top welterweight willing to fight you for quite some time, I don't know how he doesn't get bored at a certain point, So I just want to see that he's an otherworldly talent. I think, you need to see him beat the top welterweight. So I don't want to get carried away and start, make him into Sugar Ray Leonard or whatever. But the kid, I think you would agree, Nash. You've been watching boxing a very long time. You're an expert in the sport. The kid seems to have ability that's maybe once in a decade or so. I mean, he's really strong. He's really fast. He's really smart.
But I read your article, and I think you said he's 2 years out, if that. So, what are we supposed to do in the meantime? He's got to fight somebody, and he's not going to get Porter. Ugas is busy. Crawford is obviously busy. Earl is trying to get busy with Ugas. I mean, Danny already said he won't fight him.
As I said before, it's going to take Al Heyman to pay what Cameron Duncan wants. That's the sense that I get, that it's going to take Al Heyman to pay. Now, I don't know what Cameron Duncan is asking for.
What's Al's incentive? That's what I'm saying. In the interim, what does Cameron and Ennis do? What is Al's incentive? What if he just doesn't care to give Ennis a shot this year?
No, I know that's what I'm saying. I mean, but doesn't in the long term, Al wants to be in business with Jaron Ennis. Who doesn't? So if you're willing to, my point is maybe that if you're willing to grossly overpay all of these other guys who fight for PBC, wouldn't you overpay for a guy who's better than all of them?
Wow, you're high on this guy. Wow, better than all of them.
I'm just saying.
First,
look,
you said if he fights Crawford today, you don't know who you picking. And now you say he's better than all.
And I know that that's a strong statement, and we need to see it. I get it. I'm not, I don't want to sit again. I'm not trying to build him into the best welterweight that's ever lived, but the kid is damn good, and we need to start seeing how good against top level guys. Now, if you're on the other side of it, if I'm Terence Crawford and I beat Shawn Porter on Saturday night, he's heavily favored to win the fight, and I would expect Terence Crawford to win in a difficult fight, but I would expect him to win. If I'm Terence Crawford, now he's a free agent after this fight, but what incentive do I have to fight that guy?
None.
Unless you're paying me a truckload of money. Terence Crawford's 34 years old. What incentive does he have to fight a 24-year-old beast who has no name recognition outside of our boxing world here?
What's your pay-per-view prediction for Crawford Porter?
I would look. I hope it. For the sake of the health of the business, I hope that it does at least 500,000 buys. I'm hopeful that it does between 500,000 and 600,000. They made the price $69.99 as opposed to $79.99. That might help a little, but I kind of look at it like if you're willing to spend $70, you're willing to spend 80.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to spend 70, if you're not willing to spend 70 or 60, you're just going to steal it. So, and that's going to impact the buys, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
So, look, I hope it gets to 500,000 because Terence Crawford, while not a transcendent star like Canelo Alvarez, does have a high profile. He's arguably, in my opinion, the pound for. I get that his resume is not as strong as Canelo's, but from an ability perspective and being a 3-weight world champion and everything, he's right there toward the top of the pound for pound list. And if that guy, who hasn't always been the easiest guy for us to deal with, or has hurt his own cause in some respects, but if that guy can't sell 500,000 pay-per-views against by far the best opponent that he's ever fought, I don't think it speaks well to where we're at in the business.
Nah, you're right. But let me ask you, if they do 500, would you assume that entices Espinoza to I mean, because allegedly he's a free agent after this, Crawford. So, would you pay Crawford to fight Ennis, since you're in the Ennis business as Espinoza, or is that something you let Al Heyman do?
Well, it all comes down to money, like anything else, right? I mean, how much money would Terence Crawford want to fight Jaron Ennis? He has already said that he thinks the Keith Thurman fight is a bigger fight than he's about to participate in Saturday night. So maybe he hopes that he can lure Thurman. And Thurman's not old. I mean, Thurman, I believe, he either just turned 33 or he's around 33. So he's younger than Crawford. So from a commercial standpoint, they look at that as a big fight. Those are the kinds of, I guess my short answer in this is that those are the types of fights that I would expect Terence Crawford to pursue if he wins Saturday night than Jaron Ennis. And that's unfortunate for Jaron Ennis, but that's reality. I don't see any reason from a business perspective why Terence Crawford is going to go fight Jaron Ennis. And I'm not saying Crawford couldn't beat Ennis. I mean, Crawford is absurdly good, but he's still high risk, low reward in the sense that he does not have name recognition outside of the boxing world. And what good would it do for Terence Crawford to fight him unless you back up the Brinks truck?
All right, this is the final one. So it sounds like you're of the mindset of the promoters that a guy like Ennis, while a great talent, you can't just throw him on pay-per-view. The numbers and the people really don't know him. Like, good fights don't bring us in. Because I'm assuming if Crawford could do 500 with Porter, he can get on in the ring with Ennis and maybe generate more interest because it's a fresher, younger, dangerous fight. But promoters have us believe that fights are not ready, and that's why an Ennis and a Crawford can't be in the ring. But what is your, I guess, train of thought behind that?
Yeah, I mean, you certainly couldn't put Jaron Ennis in a pay-per-view fight in his next fight as the A side against someone, obviously other than Crawford or Spence or someone like that, because he's not ready for that. He's not a big enough name. The pay-per-view model is very different than the premium cable model or certainly the network television model. So you would need to build his brand a little bit more. But he's in a weird position though, Ness, in the sense that he's ridiculously talented, but if you can't get people to fight you, you're almost like again, too good for your own good. It's a weird thing to say, but it really does seem to be the position that he's in. He's not afraid to take any of these fights.
I'm sorry,
but it's going to take someone giving him an opportunity.
I know I sound like I don't understand it. It's because I don't. Are you saying that Crawford and Boots won't do well? Boots still needs to be developed into.
No. What I'm saying is you couldn't put Ennis on pay-per-view with him as the A side against a B side opponent. And I know that's not what you asked me, but I'm just saying he's not ready for the pay-per-view model in that way. But he could be ready for the pay-per-view model as the B side. He is. If you were to make Crawford and Ennis in a fight, I think it would do very well on pay-per-view, even though Ennis does not have a lot of name recognition outside of boxing now. But I don't know that it's financially feasible to do that fight because Terence Crawford is going to want an enormous amount of money to take that risk. And I understand that from Crawford's standpoint because he would be risking a lot to fight a guy that people don't really know.
All right. Well, Keith, man, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Thank you for your time. We do appreciate you. We would ask you so many more, but we're going to save you for another one.
All right, that's my pleasure, man. I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you. Shan, but you could always jump in. You just sit there quietly. I'm sure you have some sort of questions. I mean, listen, I gotta get them
You
all
was
off.
doing everything. You was firing on all cylinders.
I love the
like
guy.
trying to jump rope.
I love the guy, man. I love his writing. I love his reporting. He's got a lot of the answers. Listen, the whole pay-per-view model thing, I mean, he brought us education for so long. We thought promoters were given a bigger cut than they were. And we thought what we thought was a success, or a failure wasn't to them. And he brought us that. I want to go right to Brandon, who's celebrating 11 months of being a TBV member and dealing with me, call them names and debate them back and forth. So shout out to you, Brandon, in Cincinnati, for dealing with us. We appreciate you. He says Keith Thurman's next fight is going to be on A&E after an episode of Storage Wars. Laugh out loud 3 times. Yeah, I am not happy with Keith's
Storage Wars,
with Keith's inactivity, man. And I don't want him in no big fight. I love that Crawford has that Keith one-time Thurman energy, but I don't want Keith in a big fight. He needs a tune-up. Unfortunately, Keith Idek of Boxing Scene doesn't believe Keith would be willing to take an off-TV fight. I think that's what he needs to do. I think he needs to get with like a Davies Promotions. Erickson Lubin's got fights going on right here in Florida. Get with Lubin on a Hammer Time promotion in Delray Beach. Do something out there. Get something to get the juices flowing. Look, or like Idek said, take your tune-up for less money on TV. Fight a Josecito Lopez more reasonably. And I don't mean Lopez. I don't really want Lopez too. That would be horrible. He would put himself in the Kelbrook category, fucking rematching Saldivia or Jones, Carson Jones. No, Thurman, no. You get yourself another tune-up, but take a little bit of money, get on television and do what you got to do because, man, you're wasting your years, man. You're wasting your years, and I don't want that to happen. Listen, we are taking phone calls. It is Terence Bud Crawford Fight Week versus Showtime Shawn Porter. So if you want to call in, the number to do so, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 one time. Voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Hurry up and get your call in now. I got more guests scheduled. In about an hour, we should be having Bernie the boxer, a.k.a. Bernard Davis, the assistant coach of Terence Bud Crawford. You know him as Bernie the boxer on Instagram and YouTube, and you know how animated and energetic he is. And you know that they did a great job highlighting his role in the camp on Blood, Sweat, and Tears Part 1, which I was looking, and Part 2 still hasn't dropped. What they waiting for, I don't know. But where's Part 2?
I just watched that just before I came on, actually.
It was good, right? It was good?
Yeah, it was good.
Yo, they did a good job, man. They did a good job. Shout out to Top Rank and, their production team, whoever did whatever they
but you
did.
know what? You know why he's talking to the guy? We was doing film study. So we was doing a film study.
You guys,
watching, yeah.
All good.
So that's why we wasn't asking questions, because we was actually looking at certain things that Porter's doing, like training how to, with a southpaw stance, how to attack with southpaw if Bud turns southpaw. Obviously, he's already fought a southpaw, and we was just doing comparisons. That's why we was
based off that Earl fight. All I know is that we get wrapped up in Porter's style, and we think that his activity is high, but that Earl fight, his activity wasn't high. Brandon, you need to contact Dan Canabito. Get us those stats on Porter's punch connect ratio and percentage, and also the Earl Spence fight for Porter. Those connects, regardless of when he could send it to us, anytime this week would be great, because Porter's activity went down. If he can get us Formella as well, fight before, fight after the Earl, so we can see if the numbers go down.
Sebastian Formella?
Yes.
You want him? For what? For who?
Just to see the stats, to see, so you want to see before Earl fight, and then after Earl. Because I
What
feel
you
like
want? You want punch stats?
punch stats. If you could find it,
All right,
that'd be great.
I'm looking at it now. I'm looking
Because
for it now.
I feel like in that Porter Earl fight, his numbers went down. I know he throws punches. I know it's the Porter way style, but his punch output went down, man. He wasn't. Earl was out punching him. He was out working him. I was seeing it round after round after round after round, and I'm like, man, what's up? And he got hit with a lot of body shots.
To clock using like a straight right that much, considering that Earl's southpaw and that's kind of like a blind spot. But Earl clocked in with the straight lefts. Porter was still coming in wide where you telegraphed shots.
He's got to get more
coming
active,
a mile away.
Man. He's got to get more active, and he can't let Crawford. He can't, because I know Crawford and Bomac watch the tape. You can't let Crawford go to the body on you like that. That shit affected him big time. People need to go rewatch that fight. They need to go rewatch that fight.
Won't be able to catch Bud like that, like continuously on the body. But Bud's going to be also, he has to be elusive, like with Porter. Because Porter's wild. He comes in with the head. He comes in flailing, overhand left,
but
right,
it depends. It depends, because if you think about that fight, it took him 3 rounds to get into the old Porter. He was 3 rounds of amateur Porter, circling and using his range. So that's not what I want. I need him to come out the Porter way from the fucking gate. You understand? You can't let Crawford warm up. Get on him and get on him immediately.
I'm Team Crawford over here, so I want him to do all the wrong stuff because I want Crawford.
I want a great fight, and the way you get a great fight. Listen, he's been saying it. He knows what he got to do. He's been saying it like, the way you got to disrupt Crawford. Well, then if you know that what he likes to do, like Mayweather, is kind of take the first couple rounds, to check you out. You got to not let him check you out for them first couple rounds. Jump all over that shit. But we're going to open up the phone lines. If you guys are interested in giving us your opinion, it is fight week. We here. We want to hear it. Let's do it. 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 one time. Voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Don't forget, December 11th, in a few days away, we're going to be having our Border Wars 13 series. So check us out right here. Ask me about tickets on IG or Twitter, wherever you want.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
These calls are brought to you by Big Rigs Trucking Agency, experts for all your insurance and trucking needs. For quotes and consultations, visit us at brtagency.com or contact us at 908-943-6918.
Let's see.
Sent this.
What
I'm looking at them now. The stats.
Oh, this Ugas. So this was the fight before Earl, right?
The Ugas.
Earl, Spence, Porter.
Yeah, Ugas. It was Formella, Spence, Ugas, Garcia. This Porter's last 4. So I sent them to you. I sent Ugas, I sent the Spence, and I sent the Formella CompuBox stats.
Yeah. So Spence, Porter, Spence.
So Porter, total body punches landed 144 out of 515. Total jabs 65 out of 230. And power punches 79 out of 285. And you see he outworked Ugas on all those numbers except power punches. They both were equal to 79%. But on body punches, he outworked them 144 to 128. Total jabs 65 to 49. And this is what I'm saying. He's got to have more output. And I bet you when I check these Earl numbers, he did worse in the Earl fight. His numbers was down, man. Watch. Earl outworks him. So Spence threw 2. Wow, he landed. Lord, and that's what I'm saying. See, you can see that difference in this fight. Jesus, he threw 745 body shots and landed 221. Talk about a difference. Porter landed 144 on Ugas. Lord have mercy. And look at this. Porter landed 79 power shots on Ugas. Earl landed 184 power shots on Porter and threw 416. See, that was a dude that wanted to win. He threw mad punches. Look, even jabs, he might not landed a lot, only 37, but he threw 329. This man threw like 1,500 punches this fight, guys. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's
What's
insane.
this insider one? Porter threw 785 shots in the 12 round.
So now Porter's output definitely was better than the Ugas fight. He threw about 30-something more punches than the Ugas fight to the body versus Earl. So he was fighting fire with fire. He must have felt them body shots, but he still was down because Earl still threw 51 more body shots, and that is definitely why he lost. Then total jabs, see, that's a low number. He only landed 30. Let me check that again on the Ugas fight. What's Ugas? How many Porter landed jabs on Ugas, James? So I don't gotta lose this one. Cause that's low.
Ugas Shawn Porter landed 65 total jabs out of 234.
And he only landed 28.3. And he only landed 30, bruh, out of 191. So that right there shows he threw less than in the Ugas fight. And then power punches, he had 142 landed and 553. So he threw more. He had to fight with fire. He threw more than the Ugas fight, right? Power punches. I got 553 total for the Earl fight. That's more. So he was definitely fighting fire with Earl. I want to see
the Ugas fight. He threw 100. He landed 144. Let's see. He landed 79 power punches out of 285.
Yeah. So he tripled his worth on the Earl fight, and that's because he had to. He had to fight like that. It was too much power coming at him. So for Porter,
I'm looking for the CompuBox stats, but I sent you kind of some preliminary stats on the formula.
So Porter
I don't have the formula one.
Porter threw 785 shots in the 12 rounds. So that's low because that's total punches. More than twice as many punches, 304 than Formella. So Formella only threw 304.
That means Formella was even lower then.
Yeah, no, Formella threw only 304. So Porter was very active. I wish I had it the way CompuBox says it to see. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
No. When he fought Formella, he threw 304 and Formella threw 148. So him throwing 785 No,
he landed 304 on Formella through 785.
Okay, yeah.
He landed twice as many punches, which is 304.
304.
He had a 38% accuracy, but again, it says CompuBox said with 216 significant shots landed from 538 accuracy. See, but I still needed the other way so I could get the power shots, the jabs. If James finds it, we'll go back to it. We're going out to callers. Boomerang, who's in the building, looking like we got Intrigue, the incredible Atlanta. What up?
I said this bitch on fire, hotter than a throwaway. I need my money now, no extra days. Your time's up, coons ready, ain't no other way. It ain't no other way. That's all I got. I say what I mean, do what I say. I pray my chopper bullets don't spray. If you cross, you better look both ways.
What's good?
What up,
man? First day in Bud Appreciation Weekend, y'all done messed it up. Talking about Keith Thurman. Y'all should be ashamed of y'allself, man.
No, me. That's not me.
All of y'all. This is about Bud. Bud Week. We don't talking about Bud every day of this week. It's only all about Bud, man. You know the drill, man. But look. Hey, Ness, man, Porter. I had Porter winning that fight, even with the knockdown. I had him up winning, especially like you said, the first round. You said Porter definitely won the first round. Spence didn't do nothing the first round. That's the problem I have with boxing too, giving the A side a round because he didn't do nothing. Porter landed more shots in that first. We just talking about the first round period. I don't watch that fight like about 5 times. It's no way that in my eyes that Spence won that fight. And that's why it was a split decision victory. But and going to the other points you were talking about, dang, it's that quick? All right.
Yeah, man, we got to use the bell and we got to follow the schedule. We should be having, I need Brandon, the producer, check on IG. We should be having Steven Edwards, the trainer of Kyrome Davis. And I want to get the, 100% facts, but I believe he started his, training career with a guy by the name of Shawn Porter, right? Like he was with Ken Porter, I believe, when he first started, but we'll find out. And I also got Bernie the Boxer coming on, but I just got a message from my good friend Bill Haney, who said he would love to come on and discuss Thurman and
Why are we discussing Thurman?
Thurman and Boots. Thurman and Boots.
Why?
Because he heard the interview. What do you want? People,
yeah, well, listening. That's another day.
You're such a hater.
We're doing Bud and Porter. I'm not hating.
Bud
and Porter. Give everyone dedicated time. When it was Plant and fucking Canelo, we had to eat that fucking topic 3 times a day on this show. Yum. So yeah, we're doing Bud and Porter. Thanks, Bill.
James all around strong. Bill gets to talk about whatever he wants on these streets. James,
we're doing Bud and Porter though. Ain't that the topic?
The topic is James from All Around Strong in DC. What up?
What's going on, man? How y'all doing?
Chilling.
Hey, look, man. I got. Oh, okay. Shout out to Bud and Porter, man. I'm going with Porter though, man. I got Porter in this fight. I think he done fought better competition. I've been studying Bud last few fights. He get hit a lot, man. And the first time I seen him fight, he fought Gamboa. That's the first time I ever saw him fight. And even though he put Gamboa out of there, Gamboa was a smaller fighter and was giving him big problems until he adjusted. And I just think Porter gonna take it. That's my call.
All right, James. Appreciate you. We got Boomerang, J-Mac, courtesy of Jordan Baker in Florida. Shout out Jordan Baker, pound for pound supporter. Let's go out to New Orleans.
So you hating?
I'm that guy. What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. What you bet $1 million? Easy. And I for the bread. When I him, y'all gonna say he was too weak on my life.
Okay, bow down, bitches. I'm about to handle business. I'ma teach you all a lesson. This'll only take a minute. Got a part and all this passion in my blood. Niggas hating just because. Think about it. Everybody love Bud. J-Mac, where you at? All these niggas hating on me. Shit is whack. So official with it. Go and check stats. Hey, I'm out here trying to get it. I only got a minute. Get ready for the back attack.
James, the last quarter. So you hate. Put that bet up. Stay on the line. Put that money up. I'll kind of punch you back in if you want to put some money up on what you just said about Porter. Shout out to Keith. Great interview. The only thing I disagree with him with his confusion of who will win Bud and Boots fights right now. But I definitely would like to see Boots get in a position to make these fights happen. I do believe in his talent. I think he is next level talent, but he still got to put it on display. For as looking at these fights, of course, when you're in there with a guy that's more talented, the punch indication will drop. Punches work great, but when you're in there with a guy that can hit you just as effective as you can hit him, it's going to be challenging. So if Bud is better in pound for pound talent, which I'm confused why people don't see it, it's going to drop even more so. Even especially if he can't make the round go the distance. First call.
Yeah, man. He's definitely got to keep that work rate up. You know, it's crazy because based off those punch stats, he definitely threw more punches in the Earl fight than he did in the Ugas fight. But it's about accuracy. He was out-punched, outworked by Earl. We went to our boomerangs. It is time to go to Hawk in Maryland. What is up?
Yo, what up, Ness? James Payne. Beautiful lady, Shan.
What's up, Hawk?
Hey, too much. Hey, boss. I hear y'all, man. I don't think that was Earl's best performance against Porter,
But Porter looks real good. I think Porter, if he's gonna do damage, it's gonna have to be early. But I've seen Crawford. Like I said, I've seen this tape of Crawford fighting like 10 guys back to back out there in Philadelphia one day, and there was all kinds of styles coming at him, and he just whipped all those guys, man. So, in my opinion, Porter going to get if he don't get Crawford early with something early, he's going to get stopped. He's going to get stopped late to the body. That Crawford is just I'm not all pure Crawford fan, but he's one of the best boxers I've seen. He know how to take you out of there. And Shawn Porter won't be able to miss punches and be wild with that boy, because that boy's not going to be off balance. Crawford's going to be on balance. His best chance at Crawford is catching him with something early. After that, Crawford's going to figure him out and take him apart. I just go on with Crawford on this one. But it's going to be a great fight. That's my call.
All right, Hawk, thanks for calling in. I got to keep my eye. Let me go to Steven's. All right. Brandon, Cincinnati, talk to us.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Phone jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Yo, Ness, what up, bro?
What up?
Hey, what's up, JP Lethal? What's going on, Lady Shan?
What's
Hey,
up?
I ain't got to spend too much. It's fight week, man. I ain't got to say too much. Y'all know who I'm riding with. Y'all know what I think the outcome is going to be. So I ain't going to spend too much time on it because I know you're a busy man, Ness. Shout out to Alicia Baumgardner. Yeah, I'm out, bro. Have a good one.
I reached out to her. She sent me a message, so I got to see what she said. But I asked her if she could come on since y'all want to have her on. And I just sent Stephen Edwards the phone number, so he should be ready anytime soon. We're going out to California. Info Joe, what up?
Info Joe is a beast.
This portion of the show we call In the Know, presented by my brother.
Uh-oh. Joe, you working? Oh, he busy. Oh, you busy. It's all good, James. You can't find it. It is what it is. Info Joe is busy, so we moving on. Next up, it's looking like.
What is it looking like?
It's looking like GT Kid in Atlanta. What up? GT Kid.
It's looking like crickets.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
All right, my fault. Yeah, real quick, man. I said it last week, but I'm going to call in every day this week that you do a show. And I'm going to cordially invite everybody to Shawn Porter's retirement party. Because Kenny Porter's going to throw that towel in, or Shawn Porter's going to get stretched out. It's one of the two. But we're going to see why everybody's been avoiding Bud here in just a couple days at 147. So it's going to be a good show, but it's going to end with stoppage, guaranteed.
All right. Time to go to my Gene Bet. What up? No, my Gene Bet. Oh, there you go. What up?
Nah, I'm good, brother. Keep it rolling.
All right. CYP, what's good?
What's up? Let me say this quick because you're busy. I know there was people listening when Keith Idec was talking. Some of the shit he said was good. Some of the shit he said I think was off base from a guy who's just a writer. But you ain't never been no athlete, coach no athlete, perform no high level. You shouldn't be telling what athletes what they should do mentally and physically and what they're ready for. It comes off weird. I don't tell you how to write. Boxers don't tell you how to write. So give them dudes the respect for their coaches and them athletes to decide what's best for their careers, since you ain't never had one in the sport of sports. That's all I'm gonna say for that. CYP out.
All right. Paco. What is up, Paco? Just listening? And I believe that is a just listening from Paco. Looks like we got our Jonesy that says, make all judges and refs ex-fighters. Simple. What up, Paco?
Joe's listening, brother. Good show, man.
Okay, appreciate you. Yeah, man, I've said that before, Jonesy. How you guys feel about that? I would love for referees and judges to be ex-fighters. You know, they already don't have anything to do with their time after they retire anyway. You know, obviously not everyone's in the same position. Some retire better off than others, but for those that want to keep working, that would be the perfect, job.
That'd be a good idea. Yeah. I wonder why they're not doing that. No, I wonder why that's not an option that they're taking. Let's go to ref school. Let's go to judge school after you retire. Why not?
Who I got? Looking like Stone Bone, Colorado. What up?
What up? What up?
What's going on?
What up? What up? Yeah, man. I see Shawn Porter out here looking good, man. Told you, man, the best days of your life you're gonna look is your birthday and your funeral, man. So what's the name? Invite you to his retirement party, and then I'm inviting you to the funeral. And we got a few little discounts for everybody. Make sure y'all tap in on that. Shout out to Bernie, man. I've been knowing Bernie since we was teenagers, man. At Omaha North High. Solid dude, great amateur boxer, gonna be a great coach. I had him on the back card that day, right after he was in there sparring Michaela Mara. She punched him in the stomach, damn near dropped him. You know what I mean? The back card had a little laugh at that. We poked fun at him. We talked about this fight. We talked about other fights. That's when they was rumoring Zepedas and all that, and he kept saying we fighting Shawn Porter. That's the only name he heard. So that's what I repeated. I told Ness that when money is supposed to not be there, the money there, and that fight was gonna happen, and it happened. So you getting a solid dude, a real dude. A lot of people thought when they saw him challenging other guys on YouTube that he was just some fan of Bud, but this is a solid dude. He been around since, like he said, since Bud was 6, 7 years old. He was 14, and I think when I met them, I was probably 14. I think he was probably 16, something like that. We was going to Omaha North, so I've been knowing him all these years, man. And we always link up out here in Colorado, and he's a solid brother, man, and I'm glad you getting him on here, get a little exposure. And he everything that he say he is, man. He ain't no fraud, and you gonna get a real character, man. And that's all him, straight North Omaha. And we finna get a great fight, man. This fight week, let's go.
Hate to cut you, but it looks like I got Mr. Edwards on the line. Let me just double check. Yes, it is. Stephen Edwards, a.k.a. Breadman. How you doing, Coach?
Hey, how y'all guys doing, man?
We're good. Well, I wanted to have you. Obviously, I've been following your fighter's career for so long, Kyrone Davis, and, he had a big opportunity over this past weekend, and just wanted to get your takes on the fight and what you thought he did well, if anything, and, we'll start with that.
It was a tough fight. We knew what we was up against, even taking the fight. I'm proud of him, but I don't want to get into a point of, being happy with a consolation prize because, we were there to win. That's why he fought so hard. He really believed he could win, and he really wanted to win. But it was a tough fight, and we learned about the fight on October 27th. So I had 17 days to get him ready. And, he wanted to go on, but I just felt like that that he probably wouldn't be able to get a second win with the punishment he was taking. And he thought that he could. I thought that I didn't know if he could, and I didn't want to chance it. So I decided to stop it. I was a little frustrated, because I just want to get him a fair shake. I want to get him a fair camp against a 160-pounder. But it's been hard, man. You know, we've been having to take fights on short notice at 168, you know, so hopefully, you know, I could just get him, 6 weeks against, I'll fight guys like Munguia or Derenchenko, let one of them pick on him. If he fights at 160 pounds and we get a fair notice for camp, I'm with those kind of fights. So that was really kind of frustrating to me. I was just thinking about, like, man, this kid gets some tough matchmaking. But, it's boxing. You can't feel sorry for yourself. You got to push through whatever you're going through. And, but I'm proud of him, man. I thought he handled himself well considering the circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you had 17 days to prepare him, but is Kyrome the type of guy to stay in the gym? Were you seeing him a few days at a time before then, or was it like you guys got the call and then he had 17 days to get prepared for the fight in general?
Well, that's a good question. Being in the gym and getting ready for a fight are two different things. So he got hired for camp out there with Crawford, so he was boxing, but he wasn't working out and he really wasn't cutting weight. So he was away in camp when I got the call, and I was like, oh shit, man, and I called him and I'm like, man, I know you've been sparring. I mean, cause an experienced fighter can walk off the street and spar 4 to 6 rounds. You know what I mean? People think that they can't, but they can. But that's different than working out, running twice a day, eating and doing everything. So once that happened, he had to come home and we had to, step up the camp a little bit. So he was in the gym. He was boxing Crawford maybe 2-3 days out of the week. I think the sessions was about 3 or 4 rounds. But, it's just a little different when you're getting ready for a fight.
And can I just ask something? Where, after this loss, where would you go after this? Is there anyone that you have in mind, or any route or any strategy you have in mind coming off a loss? Could you make the loss a positive out of a negative? I'm asking, basically.
I would want him to fight at 160 pounds. And like I said before, I'll fight guys like Jamie Munguia. I'll fight Derenchenko with him. I'll fight whoever at 160, to be honest with you. I just would like to get him a 6-week camp so we can get, proper time to prepare for the fight. But I'll fight whoever at 160 pounds with Karan. At this point, there's no ducking and dodging. He'll fight whoever he has to fight. But I would like the fight to be at 160 pounds.
Okay.
So, Coach, I told my audience that I would ask, because you see, I was getting you on for the Davis fight, and obviously when I met you, you were training or you were Ken's second. So I just wanted to know, was that your first start as a trainer with Ken? And I figured it'd be good since it's fight week, but now, the truth is you've just let us know, which, we heard last week that Kyrome was in camp with Crawford. So it works to have you on multiple ways. But I do want to know for myself and for the audience, your start, was it with Ken or was it before that?
No, it was before that. I was training Julian Williams since 2010. I met in Porter about maybe 2011, 2012. Actually, me and Julian attended one of Shawn's fights in Salisbury, Maryland. And I was like in the crowd, but I was like yelling instructions out to Shawn. And Ken was like just liking the vibe that me and Shawn had. And then we worked together for a couple of fights. But I was already training Julian Williams, a few years before I hooked up with Ken Porter.
And what could you tell us about Shawn? I mean, obviously it looks on the outside looking in like he's always in shape. He's going to let his hands go. But I've been reviewing a lot of his tape, most recently the last 3 fights. And while that is the Porter style, like what you're going to get, he's not the most accurate puncher, it looks like, from the naked eye. We went over the punch stats, and that could even tell a different story. But what's your thoughts on his accuracy, and what could you tell us about Shawn as an individual, and anything that has to do with fighting, though.
Well, he's a high character kid in the ring. He's one of those kids that he squeezes all of his ability out to get the best possible results. He is hardworking. He is well conditioned. His dad stays on him. I think it breaks the myth of father-son teams not being able to work, because your dad can kind of a fighter who has his dad over top of him, whereas just a coach that you're seeing in the gym for a couple hours a day, your dad can make sure you eat certain things. He can make sure that you stay away from women, stay away from distractions. A lot of things that your dad can kind of do that a coach isn't always able to do. So, I think that broke the myth, that breaks, one of the myths that father-son teams can't work. Because if you notice, there's a lot of father-son teams in boxing. So Shawn is a high character kid. He's very physically strong. He has a lot of pedigree. He's fought some of the top amateurs in the world, and he's done well at the highest international and national amateur level. But you are right; he's not an accurate puncher. I think that's probably his biggest flaw. I think his body's always moving all over the place, so he really doesn't hit you clean with the money shot, as we call it, right on the sweet spot. You don't see him knock a lot of guys down or score a lot of highlight real type of combinations that you would see with other elite fighters. He makes up for it in other areas, but he's not the most accurate puncher in the world. And but Crawford is, so that's a big advantage that Crawford has over Shawn, their punch accuracy. So that's a good pickup on you, Ness. He definitely does have a problem hitting people super clean.
Now, obviously, the people, that are hoping Porter wins are hoping that the fact that Bud hasn't been in there with an elite welterweight or someone like Shawn means something. Again, as a coach, seeing what you see from Crawford, is that going to even matter?
I think that people just like to nitpick and say certain things. Experience matters, but oftentimes it could be overrated, Ness, because a lot of it comes down to, some guys will have better resumes, right? But those guys are able to get better fights. More people will fight them. You know what I mean? So, Crawford doesn't have the greatest resume at welterweight because people aren't willing to fight him. That counts a lot. I think that his experience is fine. I think that he's the best fighter in the world right now. And that's just that. I think that that's just something. Like, people try to talk about Jerron Ennis like not having no experience. And I would just be like, well, get one of these welterweights to fight him then, since y'all think that means so much. Get one of them to sign up and fight him, since you think he don't have no experience and he's so green. It's just something that people say, but Crawford has enough experience. He has almost 40 fights. He has a great coaching staff. He has enough experience to he'll be fine as far as moving forward in different fights. He's seen enough of the things that he needs to see in the ring.
And I wanted to double back to when Chiron went to spar Crawford. As a coach, obviously you were busy because I didn't hear you preference it as if you were there. But did you regret not being there to soak in and to see your fighter, how well he did? And I don't know, for me, I'm assuming you would want to, I guess, soak in and learn from that coaching team, or does that not interest you? And maybe interest is the wrong word to use, but you get what I'm saying.
When they were younger, I would travel around to camps and things like that. But I just can't be in more than one place at one time. When Crawford was in camp, when Karan was in camp with Crawford, I was training Julian Williams, so I can't, I can't be in more than one place at one time. But Karan's fine in camp. He sparred some great fighters in camp. He's been in camp with Triple G, Demetrius Andre. I did fly out to watch him spar Triple G, but he's been in camp with Andre, Lara, Lubin, Adrian Broner. So he's been around. He knows his way around camps. You know, I just couldn't be there. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of regret. You know, I was just training another fighter, and Karan went to camp. So that's just that.
Understandable. So before I let you go, obviously you got Cassius Chaney now. How's that situation going? That's your first heavyweight, right?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's going good, man. It's going
you're
good.
tall, so it's not a big difference. Or I mean, obviously, it's got to be on your shoulders and elbows when you're doing power work. But have you found it to be a big difference? Because you're a pretty tall man.
Yeah, I'm 6'3". You know what? It's not that bad on the pads. That doesn't really affect me. I know how to catch the pads in a way where it doesn't really affect me. With the body armor though, or the circle shield, you feel a big difference because he's such a big guy. So you feel it with the impact of that, not so much the pads. But training the heavyweight, believe it or not, is more just catching their rhythm. And, you know, because it's slower and you're working their cardio a little bit different because they can't really do the things that 122, 126, you know, the 130 pounds, things like that. Cause even the things that Julian and Karan could do, you know, he's just a bigger man. He's lugging around more mass. So you got to be a little bit more patient in that area as far as getting them in shape.
Can you be a little more specific? Obviously, me being as big as I am, it's intriguing to know what your do's and don'ts are for the big men.
Okay, I'll tell you two things. Like the rhythm and the amount of punches that I may have Karan and Julian throwing on their pads, I can't do that with Cassius. I got to keep it a little bit more, I got to keep it more efficient. So it's more of a jab, right hand, left hook, jab, hook, right hand, you know, and you calm the pace down a little bit. He doesn't go at the faster tempo that the smaller guys do. And when we go to run and things like that, you know, where they may do, 400s, which is like one sprinter around the track, they might do theirs in like 103, 104, 105. His is, obviously a few seconds slower because he's a bigger guy. So when we doing sprints, I push him really, really hard, but he can't do the level of things that they could do because they're just smaller men. You know what I mean? They're lugging around less mass. So when I say that, I just have to be mindful that he is a 250-pound man, and I can't expect him to do things that, 154 and 160, and I got a kid that's 122. I can't expect him to do the things that they do. So you see what I'm saying? So I got to be a little bit more patient as far as bringing along his conditioning. But there's been a huge difference from this camp and the last camp. He's really, really pushed himself to get in shape. And working out with them actually benefits him because if he could hold their workouts, against a heavyweight, he should be okay. So I've seen, he's probably improved maybe 15 to 20% as far as his conditioning from the first camp I had him to this one. So he's coming along pretty good.
Can I ask a question with heavyweight? So how tall? Nessa's gonna laugh. How tall is he? Your heavyweight? You said he's 250, but how tall is he? Sorry,
he is about. His name's Cassius Chaney, and he's about 6'5".
Oh, okay.
He's about 6'5".
So do you? So 250. Do you think? I know people always say that heavyweights don't need to make weight because they're heavyweights, but do you find that there are optimum weights even within being a heavyweight? Like being 250 maybe cool, being 260 maybe better, maybe worse, being 245 may not be good. Like do you diminishes punch resistance or that? Because I'm seeing this with heavyweights at the moment, that some heavyweights are going from being 250 to 230 and then they can't take a punch or their power doesn't carry with them. How do you gauge that within a camp, or is it just kind of like a gamble that when you put them in the fight, you hope that the weight that they're fighting at is an optimum weight for them and their punch power carries through and their punch resistance is also matched equally as well? That was too many questions.
That's a really good question. That's a real good question. Because they don't have to make a weight, but they definitely do have an optimum weight. And as far as their conditioning and their ability to take a punch, you don't want to obviously just make them too skinny and lose water and fat on their brain. And obviously you don't want to make them too big, you know what I mean? So they won't be able to move around as fluidly. So that's a really good question. And he does have an optimum weight that I actually told him that I think that he should fight at. And, we're working to get towards that point. I don't want to say what it is because I don't know if his opponents will be listening. And if he don't come in at that weight, they'll think that he's not at his optimum weight. But you're exactly right. I actually told him that, he was far off of it his last fight. And I told him there's a weight that I think that he would be best at. And I looked at we did his body fat and things like that. So we're working towards that. So that's a great question.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the answer.
So I see you always talk boxing, and this will be my last one. We all know you talk a lot of boxing on Twitter. Would you be making a prediction for this fight, or because of your relationship, you prefer to stay on the fence? What you think?
Porter Crawford.
You know it.
You talking about the Porter versus Crawford fight?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this. Does Porter not get knocked out? Crawford's on this knockout streak.
You know what? I don't know. I really don't know. If Blood Crawford is a unique fighter. And I talked to Karan about sparring him. I'm actually really, really cool with Crawford's coaches, Red Spikes, and especially Red, but I'm cool with Bomac and Red. So I'm cool with Crawford's coaches. And I never met Terence before. Obviously, I'm cool with Shawn. So I don't really, I'm gonna leave the predictions alone, but anybody could be clipped, and that's, you know what I mean? I hear some guys in the media say, well, this guy can't be hurt, and that guy, that's all bullshit. Anybody can be hurt, bro. Anybody could go to sleep. Shawn could clip him. Anybody could be knocked out. I would never say that Crawford can't knock Shawn out, because Shawn jumps in. And if you're jumping in like that and the punch catches you on the point of the chin, it's almost like a head-on collision with two cars. You know what I mean? Two cars are going down the street, even if they're going 30 miles an hour, in the head-on collision, everybody gets hurt because of the impact of the way it's coming. Crawford's such an accurate and focused puncher. He keeps his eye directly on the target when he hits you. And Karan was telling me, he's like, he can't hurt me because I'm a bigger guy, but he can hit you on the sweet spot and make you feel certain things. He understands how to change up the speed of his punches.
How tall is Karan? Ain't he like 5'10" only? Maybe even 5'8"?
Karan is 5'10".
Okay. And walk around weight is what? I'm just trying to gauge it because, not you, but for whoever does know or doesn't know, Porter was a very heavy amateur.
Well, that's why they hired Karan.
Exactly.
That's why they hired Karan, because they wanted a bigger guy.
I'm just trying to figure out if Karan can't get hurt, will Porter get hurt, being this bigger man?
Well, it's a different fight though. Ness, you're talking about 16-ounce gloves and headgear, and you're talking about 10-ounce gloves and no headgear. So it's totally different. You know what I mean? It's just different circumstances as far as that's concerned. But Karan did say he could punch. He definitely said that Bud could punch, and he said that he can hit you on sweet spots that you don't see, and those kind of punches affect you a little bit differently. So he was very complimentary of like the way he punched. He was like, he punches really unique, where the punch doesn't seem like it's coming fast, and then boom, it'll speed up in the process right through mid-air, and it'll hit you like, he knows how to hit you on your chin, hit you behind your ear, hit you on the temple. He's extremely accurate. So Karan was really, really impressed with how he punches and how he delivers his shots.
Let me ask you, did they call you to get the services of Karan, or did they contact Karan straight directly?
They talk with me.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just wondering if they were this strategic. Like, I know Karan was brought in for Broner to help Broner get ready for Porter. So I'm wondering, was Bud's team that strategic? Like, this guy's familiar with the style or mimicking the style. Did they know any knowledge of that already?
I'm sure they did. I mean, a good team knows things, so I'm sure that they did. But you have to ask them.
For sure.
But I'm sure that they probably knew.
Well, Coach, man, I won't hold you. Appreciate your time. Nothing shaking for Cassius, though. Y'all just still working, right?
He actually does have a date, man. He's supposed to be fighting a guy named George Arias, but they floating around with the dates. They haven't made a public announcement yet, but there should be an announcement pretty soon. But the guy is from New York, George Heavyweight from New York. So we'll see if Main Event or Triller or whoever announced the date. But we're working, right? Actually, I'm sitting outside the gym. I'm ready to walk in and meet him right now and finish
Can
working.
I just, sorry. Can I just sneak one last question in, please, Coach? Was you impressed with Benavidez at all?
Yes, he's a hell of a fighter. I'm not going to make no excuses because we took the fight on 2 weeks' notice. That's not his fault. He can fight. He's really, really good, man. He's really fluid. He got fast hands. He got good timing. He's mean. He has a really good punch selection. He's a hell of a fighter. He's going to be a handful for whoever fights him.
Would he be a handful for Canelo?
Sure.
Could he beat Canelo?
Canelo's just a man.
Could he beat Canelo, though?
I wouldn't pick him to beat Canelo, honestly. Well, my honest answer, I wouldn't pick him. But he's not over his head. He'll test Canelo's stamina.
Why would you pick him?
I just think Canelo has the advantage right now. I think that, Canelo is operating at like a master level right now. Him, Crawford, Usyk, those guys are operating at a level that most guys aren't in the world right now. So I think Canelo has the edge. There's shots and there's things you could do to David that Canelo would be able to exploit. But he'd give Canelo a rough night's work. He definitely wouldn't be over his head. I think he would be very competitive, but I wouldn't pick him to win the fight right this second.
Got you. Thank you.
All right, Coach, man, we appreciate you, man. Best of luck. Oh,
Appreciate you. Thanks, Ness.
Oh, okay. They just asked you that. My producer was asking about Benavidez Canelo, but you just answered. Thank you again.
Yep, you got it.
All right. We're going back out to the phone lines. Looks like we got Troy, Baltimore. What's up? Baltimore. Troy, turn the radio off, Champy. Baltimore. What
I
up?
got you on speaker.
What's
How you
up,
doing,
brother?
man?
All good, all good.
Some lady sharing.
What's
Okay,
up?
listen. This fight with Porter is going to be tough. The reason why Porter's never been knocked out because he keeps his head down when he throws his punches. The few times that he didn't bring his head up, he got caught. He got caught by Spence. He got caught by Broner, and he got dropped. The reason why I see the brother Crawford knocking him out because all his power is at the end of his punches, meaning that Porter's going to have to come to him. Crawford don't have to go to Porter. Porter's going to come to him, and he's going to time him right as he's jumping in and catch him. And that's how I think he's going to TKO him somewhere in the 7th or the 8th round. But look, you should have me on Thursday, man. I'm off on Thursdays. Think about how powerful that would be if me, Shan is on there. That's two voices.
Oh, God.
And, you could get your boy. No, listen. You could get your boy Punch Drunk or whoever on there to back you up because I know you need help when I'm on there. So, just think about it.
Did you get a mic?
You have a good day.
Did you get a mic?
Hell no, man. I ain't got no money. All my money's tied up.
Can't nobody help you then, man. I mean, you can't be grown talking about you ain't got no money. Your hands work. Get out there and work, champ. But yeah, the minute I told you this countless times, brother, get your audience to donate money to a mic because the minute you get a mic, I won't have any issues bringing you on. You're more than welcome. More than welcome. Shawn Porter over under.
You need a mic though, Troy.
Minus 225. So you're picking under 10.5 because you said 7 or 8 rounds. So you should head over to my bookie and definitely place your bet on under 10.5 rounds that the fight gets stopped if you believe that it's going to be.
Can I just say, my bookie does not. Let's just put out a disclaimer here because we do have UK fans. My bookie does not work in the UK.
It does not walk. She's right.
No.
I did contact them, and they it's one of the only little countries, because you see right here, I'm looking at, this is France, America came, Russia
got even
came.
tiny dots.
Yeah. It's weird.
Did
It's
they
probably
give you a
because
reason?
it's probably because the UK has the market already. Like y'all been betting. You guys been betting when I was
that's our culture.
When I was still using illegal links to watch Sky Sports matchroom fights and shit. Like y'all was already betting. Y'all always bet. Like YouTube channels are sponsored by fucking betting companies out there. It's insane. You know, you guys. I wish. I would honestly. I've said it all the time. People probably don't believe. I just wish that we could just, you know, give y'all bring y'all all to Texas, because we do need you. You know, but there's really no way of doing that.
Yeah. So far.
Yeah. There isn't, right? Like it's either fight over there or fight over here, and if you fight over here, then it's not pay-per-view over there, or it's not pay-per-view over here. It's always like some sort of down side to it for the fighter, which causes them not to get into the fight. But I got callers on Blog Talk. Remember, you got to press 1 if you want to let us know that you want to exercise your right to talk. We got to go to Stainless. What's going on?
I said that. Where the ace at? Where the ace at?
Are you available, champ? Before I go through all the bells and whistles.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
Red belt, black belt, WON green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT TBE. And you can catch the news first on TBV. Voice of the people now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
TBV, what's good? You can hear me?
What up?
Ness, Lady Shan, how y'all doing?
What's up? We're doing fine. What's up, King?
Yo, happy Monday to the both of y'all. And it should be a
Thank
happy
you.
Monday because it's fight week and it's the fight I've been waiting for. Terence Crawford versus Shawn Porter. I'm not even going to get into my picks, man. I'm just excited for the fight. I've been watching fights, trying to get ready for it. You know, people suggested Crawford versus Benavidez or Kavaliauskas, but I'm sorry, they're just not on Porter's level. I still feel like Crawford's going to get the win, maybe a late stoppage, but I see it going 12 rounds if I'm being honest. But I'm still going to have to side with Crawford. But either way, I'm excited for this fight, man. I missed the blood, sweat, and tears yesterday, so I'm going to watch that when I get home. And unfortunately, I got to get back to work. As I always say, please make sure you push that thumbs up. Share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, that's because you stupid. Shout out to BRT. Yo, thanks again for another show, man. Hopefully this one the last day too. Peace.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
What did y'all think of the blood, sweat, and tears?
Who do y'all think what?
Oh, we liked it. Ness said he's ready for the next part. Me too. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Oh, you talking about blood, sweat, and tears? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Like, it's been a long time, actually, right? Like, I don't remember another little all access 24/7 that good. I don't think the Tank and Barrios one had me feeling like that.
Me neither.
And who else? Jake Paul, Woodley.
Yo tampoco.
That ain't do it. Like, yeah, this one hit different. I like it. I like what they done. Yeah. You know, it's crazy because, you know, I think Brandon said this, man, a long time ago. And it's Bill. I'm like, yo, which one of y'all? But luckily, it's Bill. It's Bill.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm like, which one of y'all got the background noise? Bill, what's good? How are you?
Dad of the dream.
What's good? What's good, man? Shout out to the Boxing Voice, the voice of the people. Lady Chan, how are you? How are you,
I'm all right.
my good brother, as well? You know, Ness, good
What's
morning to you,
up?
sir.
How are you? How are
Oh
you?
yes, morning there.
How is camp? How is
Absolutely.
camp going?
Man, we're going to go spar. We're sparring today at 1 o'clock. So, I'm just doing a little bit of running around, a little bit of errands, and then we're going to head to the gym.
Who you guys sparring?
We got Jono Carroll.
Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah. He came in for it, and a couple other guys. I can't, and I'm disappointed. I can't think
That
of their
is a
names
good style.
right
You
now.
know what? I do. I mean, he ain't the biggest puncher, but that was a good style, and he got Tevin ready for the JoJo fight. Tevin used them. That's a good style. He does have that JoJo style. But who were we interviewing? Oh, we were interviewing Ken. I know you heard the episode. Tell me you heard the episode. No?
What happened?
Shit, man. So I asked for him his breakdown, and he's like, "Look, man, I need to further assess that fight." I'm like, "What? Yo, Devin been
Who?
in
No,
camp
Ken.
with
You talking about
Ken
Ken?
Porter,
Ken?
yeah.
Okay.
You heard that episode or no?"
No, I didn't.
So I'm like, "What? Devin been in camp with you since he was like 14. What you mean?" And he's like, "Yeah, because I know JoJo. I was his trainer from the Olympics." And in some amateur stuff, he's one of those head coaches or whatever. So he said it was his job to assess all those fighters. And, he wanted to go into his notes because he believes that he assessed JoJo highly. And obviously JoJo's gone on to do what Porter believed. So he says, this is a very good fight. Like he said that day, he's like, look, because you're forcing me, yeah, I'm going to lean to Devin because he's more talented, but don't underestimate JoJo. And
neither are we. Neither are we.
Yeah, but I wasn't expecting that though.
Well, no, that's a fair assessment from a coach that's on the outside looking in. Jojo Diaz is an Olympian. He's a world champion. He's been in there with top level talent, and he's performed under the lights when he's supposed to. He came up short against Gary Russell, but I mean, shit, that's Gary Russell. So outside of that, he's had stellar performances against great competition. So I mean, I think that he's given JoJo all of his grams, and then with Devin being a 22-year-old guy, and our best win being Jorge Linares, and next being Jojo Diaz being our next opportunity. I think it's just a fair assessment.
So, he said that what JoJo does well is what he did in that Tevin fight, and he got me to thinking he do got the experience. He got that Gary Russell fight. That was a good fight. And then he got the Tevin Farmer fight, and he grinded that win out. Do you give JoJo the experience because he did go to the Olympics too? Does he have the experience upper hand here, or do you think that your son?
Absolutely, he has experience. He has experience.
Really?
Yeah, we give him the experience under the lights, the experience, and in terms of what Devin's preparation for the fight and preparation to this moment. Just like Jojo Diaz. This is Jojo Diaz's biggest moment against Devin Haney, and Devin Haney's biggest moment against Jojo Diaz in terms of the magnitude of the fight, being at the MGM Grand, main event, all of the accolades that Devin brings. I would say fanfare that he brings. Jojo has an opportunity to trumpet.
Well, I do want to, get I don't know if you want to give a prediction or an assessment or something, because Porter, like I said, Devin's been sparring him since before he was a professional. What could you tell us about him? What are you expecting in this fight? And I guess ultimately, can he be stopped? Because the last trainer I had on, Stephen Edwards, a.k.a. Breadman, he said anybody could be stopped, but that's not really what I'm looking for, right? Like I want to hang my hat on Porter being durable. but can he be stopped?
Well,
By Crawford specifically.
Has Porter been stopped?
No.
Well, then he's been in there with everybody. So if you don't hang durability on him now, then you'll never hang it on him. You know what I mean? He is the most durable fighter in the welterweight division, and that's what he brings to the table. He brings a work rate that's very impressive, and a relentless pursuit that only it's considered the Porter way. When you talk about a skilled fighter such as Terence Crawford, you talk about at the top of the food chain. Terence Crawford has been arguably at the top of the food chain for quite some time. Has Porter and Porter's style ever been at the top of the food chain? No. So when you talk about this kind of fight, you talk about a fight where a skilled fighter in Porter rises to an even bigger level. He rises even higher when put in there with Porter. And what you'll see is going to be an exceptionally skilled fighter in Crawford that'll make all the right adjustments. Does he stop Porter? The odds say no. I give him a good chance that the ref, can, but I don't think it'll happen. I don't. If it would, it wouldn't be Porter. It wouldn't be Porter by a big knockout. It would be a ass whooping that Crawford would be administering to him. I don't think Porter would quit. So it would have to come from the ref, and I just don't see that happening.
Damn, an ass whooping. So you think it's gonna be that separate? Like,
well, in order for it to be a stoppage, a KO, it would have to be an ass whooping. I don't think it'll be just one shot that Crawford is going to hit him with. And if it's going down the roads of Crawford administering the punishment, that I think that I'll lean more towards it being a stoppage by the ref, if any.
So obviously, I'm not Bill Haney, a trainer that's been doing this for many years. But with Porter being in Vegas and Devin being in Vegas, and it seems like, if you had to get someone to imitate a Mexican, it would be Porter. And obviously, Devin is very talented, so he can do a fair impression of Terence Crawford, possibly from at least an orthodox stance, in case Crawford switches on that night. Why haven't you guys linked up for sparring for your respective fights? You don't think Porter would help Devin for preparation for a JoJo?
Well, Devin, we've been preparing for quite some time for an orthodox fighter. I think that we have a great style matchup for an orthodox fighter. When you talk about a southpaw, you talk about, like I said, the southpaws that are available, the Tanks, the Regis Prograis, the Lomachenkos, the real southpaws. I think that it was a great opportunity for us to get JoJo Diaz and to finally start working at and taking a look at the southpaw, right? And not just someone that switches and so forth. I don't think that this particular fight would have been good to spar with Porter on our behalf. I think it would have helped Porter more so with Devin, the movement and stuff like that. But I heard he was sparring with Tank, so I heard that was some good work.
What you hear exactly?
Well, no, I just heard that it was good work. That's all I heard. What did you hear? Did I miss anything?
Innit? What did we miss? What happened? Ness.
I ain't hear nothing. If you ain't hear it, I ain't hear it. You know what I'm saying? I was hoping that maybe
Who got that work? Okay, so Porter got that work. He got that work from Tank. Did you get that, or did Tank get that work from Porter? Let me think. Porter got that work from Tank.
No, I don't know, and I don't know. I didn't hear it.
I'm reading Chulo's face, so I know that's the way it went. He can't even hide. He can't even hide it.
What'll probably happen, if I had to take a guess, that Tank got out first, real heavy on Porter, and then in the end, Porter
fucked him up.
Got it. Well, I wouldn't say fuck him up. I don't think that. I wouldn't say that. I would think that Porter, by the end of the sparring session, knew the Tank was something different.
Damn. Yo, so that's like you speaking highly of Gervonta Davis there. So you with me, you would have thought he could have fought Thurman, or I think you already answered this and said no way, right?
No, I said yeah.
Oh wow.
I said yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So you definitely with me.
Well,
Nice.
yeah, because anyone that when you talk about one time that's supposed to come get you, and you talk about someone like Tank that's gonna meet you in the ring too, mano to mano, Tank has been said that he doesn't mind getting hit. He likes to get hit to feel what kind of power you got,
So I don't
it
know if
makes
you
for
heard our
interesting fight.
earlier. I don't know if you heard our earlier interview. We had Keith Idek on, and he said after this fight with Devin Haney and Diaz, obviously he's picking Haney to win. He's hoping that the Tank fight it becomes more realistic. Obviously, that's a fight that I've been wanting. I prefer it in Atlanta. Can you just explain specifically, like, why do you feel Vegas would be better? Because I know we talked about this before, but you, again, mentioned Vegas, and I'm just looking at the way Atlanta looks when Tank fights there, and I could only imagine the two of them together in Atlanta. Is it just the obvious sight fee?
No, what I was under the impression that a great weekend in Vegas where families came out, you know what I mean, and you're allowed to have, you have a lot more to do in the town, you know what I mean, for everyone that comes, making for a great event in Vegas. But Atlanta, man, come on, Atlanta is, we would love to be in Atlanta. That's the new Black Hollywood.
Yeah, that's just one of my hopes, but I get it. You're right. It does make more sense if it's Vegas. You're giving the consumer more variety to do, eat, gamble. Is just so many more things to do. Man, so so we had Breadman on, and he said anyone could be knocked out. Do you believe that as a trainer? Because obviously my next question is going to be, can Porter get the knockout? But everybody
Anyone
thinks
cannot.
not.
You know the answer to that.
I really don't. I really don't, because I don't think anyone is ever thinking Porter by knockout. It's never. It's always Porter by grinding.
This is why upsets happen. This is why weird stuff happens. We've seen it.
That's why you're a student. You're a student. You're a student of the game as well, and you always ask questions from not only just a journalist or just a media member, but also from a fighter, right? You go into the mindset and the eyes of a fighter and what you can and what you can't do. And with the equipment that you have, it only takes one shot, you know what I mean, with anybody, and that's the things that, especially in the heavyweight division, who he also said is a slower paced, you know what I mean? And it's a lot more bigger shots that happened, throughout the fight, So, of course, man, anything can happen in boxing. I think that Eddie Hearn, he had a bad weekend, I think, with Kid Galahad. And
wow, yeah, Kiko got that. Come
That's
from
what I'm
behind.
saying. You just saw it.
I mean? So
you just saw it happen.
But I just watched that Earl Spence Porter fight, and Porter landed some big left hooks and right hands on Earl, probably the biggest of any fight he's ever had, and them shits ain't do nothing. Like, yeah, they moved his neck a little bit, turned his head maybe, but like it was nothing. And I'm just,
But when you talk about Earl, you talk about a different animal at 47. You know what I mean? He's taking shots. Remember, he was sparring. He was always sparring up. He was always sparring with the Charlos and stuff. That his sparring is legendary in terms of how far up he goes up and sparring and what kind of punishment he can take from the bigger guys. You know what I mean? So he's a rarity.
So do you think that he's naturally bigger? Which is an obvious answer, but I just want to know, because some people seem to believe that Crawford is now filled out, and you can't say that Earl is bigger than or Crawford is bigger than. They're both just natural welterweights at this point.
What's your
still
belief? Bigger. Sorry,
Yeah,
that's just my take.
both of them have similar builds, but I would think that the a boxing build would go uh, more towards Earl Spence in terms of just being proportioned, height, height to muscle mass and everything. He's more bigger of a frame that can carry the same amount of weight. So I think he has an advantage physically over Crawford, but Crawford has the skills and he has a mean streak that I think Keith described, or no, I think the other trainer described that it's only in certain fighters, that real mean streak.
So you sound like you don't think Porter would be the test that everyone think he's gonna be for Crawford.
No, he's gonna be what he's a great next fight. He's a great next fight for him, and it'll cement with his performance will cement every reason why he's the elite fighter that we think he is, and that he needs to be in there with Earl Spence.
Do you bet on your son?
I bet on him every day.
No, I mean at the actual bookies. when you putting them dollars down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I heard that this one is like 4-1 or something like that.
Really?
Right? Was it 4-1? 4?
It's the 4th. Oh, I gotta check. Let me check Pro Boxing. Wow, 4-1. That's good. That's good for Devin. That's good for Devin to be a 4-1 favorite. So what are you saying, that when it's that wide, it's no good for you?
I mean, I'm gonna make all mine on Teofimo or Tank, or you know what I mean, something that's 4-1. It's okay.
Now, that's because you want to bet on your son money line. Because I'm sure the odds ain't 4-1.
No. What I'm saying is not even with that. You'll have friends, you'll have people that just want to bet. You know what I mean? And we'll probably be the underdog in the fight with Tank Davis or Teofimo or whatever. Hold on one second, Ness. I can still hear you.
All right. Yeah. He's a minus 440. He's even a minus 550 on Betway. 365 got him a minus.
He's the favorite. Does that mean he's the favorite?
Yeah. 365 got him a minus 500. But that's what I'm saying. I'm sure he's gonna have better prop bets, like Devin by decision or Devin by knockout. But again, JoJo is so durable. It's kind of tough to consider a knockout.
Well, I'm expecting a hellacious ass whooping on Mr. JoJo Diaz in a way that similar to what we were just saying about the referee. You know what I mean? Stepping in and saving JoJo Diaz from all the punishment that he's going to be taking, because he is durable. And it's the same thing with Crawford. If Crawford,
but this is the first southpaw, right?
Yes, the first southpaw.
Was this a Mando?
And he's a little rough, man.
Is this a Mando? This was the Mando that everybody.
Nah. They negotiated. He was supposed to be. He's the interim champ, but
and then he was fighting.
Did you guys pick ref yet?
The ref?
Yeah.
I don't know if the ref has come out yet. I haven't gotten any info on who the referee is.
Don't get Jack Reese.
Right.
Jack Reese will leave you to it, though.
Yeah, man. I was watching him fight with the Porter Earl fight. Man, he let them fight, and that's gonna suit JoJo. To be all hitting behind the back and on the hips and all that Canelo shit that he was doing to Plant.
Oh, Devin is a mean little dude too. Now, you know what I'm saying? It just we got to know how it's going. We're gonna play it how it's being played. You know what I mean? You never complain about the ref because he's in there as two guys, and if you letting us get down, then let them get down. But be fair. Call it both ways.
So
hey, you know what?
So when Gary fought JoJo, he was a 6.5. I was about to say Devin is the highest. Devin has been the biggest favorite, but I just seen Gary's odds 6.5 favorite to beat.
Yeah, it
JoJo.
was only two. It was only two. He's only been the underdog, I think, twice. Is Devin and Gary, from what someone told me.
With Tevin, oh, you're right. He was a -110. Tevin was a -130. Damn, that was tight. That was tight.
So after this fight, then after say Devin wins, what's next? What's the next thing?
What?
Thank you, Lady Chan. Thank you. Though that's a good question. Look, it's a good question, but we're concentrating on JoJo Diaz, and just like we're fair to say with Crawford is that should Crawford beat Porter, it just cements the reason why it should be. Crawford and Spence. No different than Devin cementing the fact that it should be him and Teofimo Lopez or Gervonta Davis.
Okay,
but hopefully, right? Hopefully we're not, it's not Gervonta Davis, it's Teofimo Lopez, right? It's every reason why. They said something about some narrative that the dad and them were talking about sign a petition. I called Mauricio Suleiman and asked him, well, what petition is he talking about? He says he doesn't know what his dad is talking about. He doesn't know nothing about
yeah, but listen, that's Mauricio.
It's so tedious, isn't it?
No, but give me a second. But the convention is coming up. The no other than the convention that Ness so famously went to when the franchise belt was introduced down in Mexico that year. Now the convention is coming around again, and anyone that wants to ask things and you want to petition for things and you want things to happen, you go down here to this convention. So I said to him, hey, Mauricio, what's going on? Is there anything cracking? Is there anything that we should be aware of or anything that we should participate in? He said no. He said no. You see?
Yeah, but we got an interview, and I could send you the clip. He's saying on our show that Devin Haney can petition to become Tio's quote unquote mandatory or mandate the fight.
No. But see, Ness,
can do that.
Anyone can petition to fight anybody, right? We can say that anyone can petition. Once you have an agreement, right? We had an agreement with JoJo Diaz, right? And then we petitioned to make it a sanctioned WBC world title fight, which means that it's Devin's fourth defense of the world title, right? And when you talk about that is, of course you can do that. We can reach an agreement, just like Eddie Hearn said, that he can reach an agreement whether Bob pays for it or whether Eddie Hearn pays for it, and then the fight is petitioned as a WBC world title fight, just like it would be petitioned through the WBA, the WBO, and the IBF.
They're not going to do it. This has been going back and forth, as you know, Bill, for so long. It's just like very tedious at this point. It's just like it's so frustrating.
I don't think it's been going. It hasn't been going longer than Earl Spence and Crawford. It hasn't been going longer than Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, but they're older. They're older.
No,
we don't. But we don't want to hear that though. We don't want it to be
and all
that. They're 20-odd-year-olds. We don't want to hear this.
Lady Chan, it's no reason for a 22-year-old in Devon or Jaron Ennis, right, at 24, to put yourself in harm's way other than the fact that you want it. Teofimo Lopez, he wanted Lomachenko, right? Mm-hmm. He wanted to be in the mix, right? He joined it young, right? He beat Lomachenko, right? So, and Devin, we went to the same.
Yeah, no, I know.
We went to the same convention, right? The same convention that we were at. I think it was the 50th anniversary convention. We sent our representatives down there to see what was going on with Lomachenko and making this fight happen and making it get ordered, right?
I'm not saying it's bad on your side, Bill,
Yes.
you know we're going back from till
Yes,
H
ma'am.
money. You know,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
know that. You know we knowed it from then.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
what? And I'm not saying it's any fault of your own. That's not a fault of your own. I could just see it's Mauricio Suleiman that's created all this mess, and then he says one thing, and then it changes to another. And what I'm just saying, it's just so tedious because we just got like four or five guys in there, like they're not even in their prime yet. They're not even in their prime yet, and we can't see the fights.
Guess what?
It's
Guess what?
crazy.
It's not even about the WBC because we already have the WBC. The WBC belt will be on the line.
Undisputed. Yeah.
I found the
WBC
audio, by the way.
Huh?
I found
Yeah,
the Suleiman audio.
The WBC belt will be on the line.
Yeah.
Right? Now he has to just put the other belts, and
I heard they don't go on the line. I heard that. If Tio fights Devin, that if Devin wins, he doesn't get the title labeled as undisputed. But if Tio wins, obviously he does. Is that true?
No, that's all made
How
up
would
shit.
that be true?
I know, that's what I
made up
heard
stuff.
because
Well,
it was
well,
like
let
they're
me- let
not
me tell you this.
transferable.
Let me just tell you this though: the rubber has met the road. Everybody that ran out of excuses, your brand is gonna either pop or it's gonna stop. Because when we get through with JoJo motherfucking Diaz, the next person is Teofimo Lopez. Now what's happening?
Please, yeah, let's just get this
what's
going.
happening?
Because then if we don't see it, we're definitely just
Yeah,
gonna
but
call
we've
him
heard
the
that
duck.
before. How do we know it's true?
How do we know?
Why is Teofimo next?
Okay, Teofimo said Devin is next. Ain't nothing else for him to do.
but
and
it's
ain't nothing else for
Bob.
Devin to do.
Cap though, they
It's
cap. He's
Bob.
walking around taking pictures with
Yeah.
Canelo, saying he's fucking undisputed.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
deluded
Hey,
right
listen,
now.
we're
You
not-
know
we're
it.
not- Listen, we're not talking about Josh Taylor, right? We know what Josh. We're not making up cap shit. We're not talking about we got no next opponent. A great opponent for us would be Teofimo Lopez.
Right, to clear
Soon as
this
we
up.
get through,
Clear it up.
JoJo Diaz.
It has to be.
Right,
It's
right,
clear.
because-
It has to clear it up.
Right, because but our interest is in the other belts. His interest is in being the WBC as being the missing piece. Our interest is in the rest of the belts. That's it.
Mhm. Man, clear this shit up. Honestly, fights. I just want to see the lads fighting. I want to see this cleared up. Teofimo, what would you do if he doesn't fight you and then he just goes to 140? What would
Well, they both have a commitment. They have fights November and December. And I spoke yesterday to both camps, and they really want to fight each other. So we're going to be working on it to see if there's a way we can structure something there.
Is it as simple as a Bill Haney, Devin Haney representative show up to the WBC convention this month and petitioning for an opportunity to face the franchise champion in Teofimo?
That could be one of the. Of course, we always take the official petitions and we attend them and we go through the process and make a voting. So that is one of the ways to make things happen.
The WBC. So
I'm so pissed I wasn't at that.
would you be doing that, or do you think that it's not worth sending someone to Mexico? I'm not going this time. They need you to be vaxxed, man. I ain't vaxxed.
Okay, but one thing that what I don't want to happen, don't come with the 51 faith that we petition to be a franchise champion and not petition it and not keep the WBC world title, and then Ryan Garcia or somebody else have it, and then we're not considered a champion because we have the franchise belt, right? And then you just said the narrative of the other belts. No, what do you mean the other belts wouldn't be online, right? No, the WBC franchise, Devin is the WBC champion. We'll put our belt on the line next against the WBA, the WBO, and the IBF belts.
Bill, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
Say you go into contract negotiations with a TO and Top Rank, and you guys are at the table and you're discussing, just like you alluded to with the WBC title and you want to be excluded from the franchise title category completely, but you want to be recognized as the WBC, the IBF, the WBA, WBO, the main champion, the super champion, or however they put it in those particular sanctioning bodies. When you come to the negotiation table with the other side, how long does it take to negotiate details like that? Can it be done in a day, or does that usually result in a back and forth?
No, it can be done as fast as it can be understood. It can be a day, or it can be a week, it can be however long that it takes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing about it is that the way that Canelo has the belts, right, and the way that he's recognized as the champion, the one of 6, he didn't have the franchise belt at 168. He had it at 160. 160. So everything is already set for the fight to happen, for us to bring what we bring into the table. He brings what he's bringing to the table, right? And to the fact of that this will be Devin's 4th. First they said, okay, it was cool that you picked Jorge Linares. Jorge Linares was going to be a good one. You didn't give us Gamboa, right? You said, okay, Gamboa, but you gave us Jorge Linares, and now here comes Jojo Diaz. I just hope that you're going to recognize and give us that, and it's our fourth title defense, right? And let's make this shit happen.
Yeah, but what are you going to do if he doesn't do it and he just moves to 140?
We don't have a contingency plan for that, right? We don't think that our next plan is the fact that we're looking at those belts and we're looking at the opportunity to really make this shit happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're looking at. The opportunity for Teofimo Lopez to be truly considered undisputed champ. The opportunity for Devin Haney to be really considered an undisputed champ. Teofimo Sr. having a great opportunity for him and his family. Bill Haney having a great opportunity for his family. Why should it not happen, Lady Chan? How could it not happen?
Because it's boxing.
Huh?
Because it's boxing.
Well, I hope not.
That's what happened.
I hope you see what I'm saying. I don't want
I
to go
want
into
it
it. I don't want to go into it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he told us, he cornered us. He had us cornered, and we was like, he got us cornered. He got us cornered.
Let's do it then.
He said it ain't nowhere to go.
Yeah.
So I
think it's the opposite. I think that he cornered himself in the sense that because this last fight is on DAZN, you know, now it's being promoted as a unified fight. There's no more.
So he's pissed.
Exactly. Then, you know, they're giving Devin airtime and having the confrontation between the two. They're obviously using Tio to further build the Tio Devin fight. And I expect it to continue in November. Or have they invited you guys to be there? I mean, it's far, you know, in the middle of camp to go to New York on the 27th.
We're not going.
Okay.
We're not going there.
What's that? The convention?
No, Tio's fight, because it would have been good.
Oh, Cambosos in New York.
If he didn't have a fight so close, it would be good to be in the audience.
I don't know. And I had him blowing him out the water at first, but I don't know what this Cambosos got. I mean,
Cambosos has had a lot of time to fester. But
yeah. I don't.
But
you know,
Tio's
I don't know if it's
going to kill him.
I don't know if it's going to be just how you think. And
I wonder if he misses weight. That's what I'm
power shit. That power shit fizzes out before anything else. Meaning where you just got that destructive, you just coming in and just doing that. That shit only lasts. Look through history, right? The boxer is the one that prevails, that has the length.
But he's only on his 16th fight. His power ain't going nowhere yet.
Yeah.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is the power comes with the psyche, right? You psyched out on your power, right? Yeah. But if you get to questioning your power and starting questioning yourself, right? A person with skills, the skills don't come into question. The power sometimes comes into question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We've seen it. We've seen it with Anthony Joshua. We've seen it. We saw the power just was depleted because the mind didn't connect with it.
Connect to the power.
It didn't connect to the power source. It didn't.
Right. And that's what I'm telling you. I'm like, this power that everybody hearing, we don't hear it in Vegas like that. We hear the 16 fights that were carefully matched, but outside of that,
get out of here, Bill. Carefully matched.
Well, top rank matched. Excuse me.
Bill.
Well, he's a strong kid.
There's nothing careful.
He's got power. Tio's got
listen
power.
Listen to me. There's nothing careful about a 13-0 guy getting in there with Comey. There's nothing careful about that.
Yeah.
But you're talking about one shot early on, right? And we did. Okay.
How he won? Yeah, but Bill, it don't matter how he won. All that matters is that at 13-0 he got in there.
But I give a certain amount of credit to it, but I also give a certain amount of it can happen to anybody. We just said that. Anybody can get hit with a big shot
at any given time.
Yeah, but that's okay.
When you talk, okay, well, where was the big shot against Lomachenko?
Yeah, but he don't need a big shot. All I'm saying is at 13-0, he still got in there with Richard Comey.
Yeah, that's a good question though. But where's the big shot of Loma? Loma is a smaller guy. It would have been easier to put Loma on his ass. Where was the big shot? I get it.
He was more defensive minded. You see him? He was being careful. He was in there with the toughest opposition.
I think he did a great job, and I think he's done a great job at being strategically marketed as a killer with power, with one punch power and all that. Now, what I'll say is, I think that his boxing,
right? Y'all got a common opponent.
His boxing, see, I've been knowing him and I've been knowing Gordo for a while. He's been marketed as that, but he's really a great boxer, right? And when it comes down to on that given night, when the power goes, right, when he knows that he can't hit you with the big shot and it's not there, he'll have to box.
But Bill, don't y'all share a common opponent? Didn't y'all both fight Menard Mason or Mason Menard?
Right, and Mason Menard hit him. He didn't hit us.
He also got knocked out. That's what happens. You gotta get hit to go for the kill.
But sometimes, yeah.
Well, see, what that's the thing is when you talk about that, I mean, I think he might have been hit in one round more than Devon's been hit his whole entire career. You know what I mean? Now, granted that we're going to say the opponents, but I think his level of defense, if Teofimo would have been off to the left a little bit with Lomachenko, with Comey, or to the right a little bit, either one of them could have got it. He has got there first, right? And I give him his props, but I give him his props as a boxer puncher, not a puncher boxer.
Okay.
It almost sound like you influencing me to put a little something on the Cambosos.
No, don't.
Cambosos is getting washed in 6 rounds. I give him 6 rounds. I'm being nice by even giving him 6.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying is what I'm saying is anytime that your champion, especially a young champion, has been through what Tio has been through in the last year, you know what I mean? Then obviously, you go into it saying, okay, now I give Cambosos
a chance. There's room for error.
Some sort of chance, yeah.
You're saying there's room for error now.
Where it wasn't none at first.
Where before it wasn't that much. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
So
I can see that.
The only thing that you will get a shot Cambosos is if you catching him where he was distracted. He's been distracted.
Yeah. Do you think he could have? But then, could you see that Cambosos could have overtrained now because it kept getting postponed and postponed?
Both of them.
Yeah, both of them. But he has an opportunity. He has an opportunity to shock the world. You know what I mean? And to be the new Cinderella man.
That would be crazy. I'm down for an upset, mate. I'm down for it.
Not in that fight.
I don't want that. Listen.
That'd be wild. Whatever will be, will be.
Nah, man, because
whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen.
I'm sure Tio got a rematch clause. Don't nobody want to draw that shit out even longer than it's already.
Let me tell you, and it would be just like when Tyson Fury saw Anthony Joshua go down to Usyk, right? Mm-hmm. Is the opportunity for Devin and Tio that's already made. Why would we want him to lose and not make that happen? So
you just like Cambosos.
Hey, Bill, man, I hate to interrupt, but I got my next guest, Coach Bernie the Boxer. More than welcome to stay on. But I wanted to get him on, and then he's ready.
All right, tell Coach. I said hello, man. You guys, I just wanted to come on and say hi. December the 4th, it's going to be the showdown in Las Vegas between no other than Devin the Dream Haney and JoJo Diaz. Man, it's going to be fireworks. I'll see you there. Lady Chan, are you coming out?
Man, we'll speak. I'll speak to you. I'll let you know.
Brother, you're welcome to come too, my brother too.
James Payne.
It's all about the vaccine. It's all about the vaccine, Bill. But I'll speak to
Payne,
you.
your name is Payne, right? Payne?
James Payne.
Okay, James. All right. Yeah, you're more than invited too. I'll let y'all go. I know y'all busy.
Thank you.
All right,
Coach.
boss man.
Bye.
Respect, King. Respect.
Bye.
Coach Bernie, man, how are you? Thank you for giving us some time.
What's up, guy? How you?
I'm good. Listen, man, first I want to just say that I feel like they did a fantastic job on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. The way they highlighted you. I've been following you for a long time. I didn't know as much information as I learned on the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. How did you feel watching it back? Do you feel they did a good job on your part? And man, just how'd you feel watching it?
Actually, like I say, I'm glad they always make you look cool. I always want to look decent on film, but as far as that, that, I don't know, I've been with that kid for so long, it's just like, I've been on TV before too, so it ain't no big deal, but I think they did a great job with everything, telling his story, and, I think they did a great job promoting the fight, and the crew was real good, and I've been getting a lot of real riches for that, just from seeing me and everything like that. So that's the most part that make me feel good is a lot of people see me up there and it make them feel good. You don't get that a lot. So like I say, I'm grateful for that. I appreciate that. They put me on the gym. They got my portrait on the boxing gym down here too. And so I'm glad to be a positive influence. I'm glad to be somebody that been somewhat of a role model and, inspire in some type of way.
Yeah, man, I feel like they did a great job because, like I said, I've seen you around Bud for as long as I've known Bud and followed his career, but I never knew that you were like a mentor, I didn't even know you was sparring him when he was 7 years old. So they just gave us a lot of information, and I think it was important. I specifically did a review on the show on that specific episode because I really enjoyed, learning more about you. And
Thank you.
I guess, because from the outside looking in, somebody could just think you're just his friend or just some guy, but to know that you've been there for him all those years on a emotional and mental level as well as a physical, like you would train with him. And I really love that part when it was like they turned to Bomac. Oh, obviously Bomac turned to the camera and he's like, that Crawford said he can't wait to get bigger so he could put hands on you because you was putting hands on him. So I don't know. I just really enjoyed what they did. And I'm glad they gave you a little bit of shine so that the people know your hard work and all that you've achieved.
Yeah, and also, when I first kind of got introduced to everybody, from doing the Instagram and the live and everything like that, people was I was getting a lot of negative things said about me and this and but like I say, I've been with the guy, so that's why I'm going with him like that, because I've been with him. I've been with him all this time, so I got a different perspective than a lot of people, what I'm saying, that just watch boxers, and what I'm saying, I got an actual personal relationship with this guy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure, man. But I do want to get into the fight. We just seen Tyrone Davis. He had a fight with David Benavidez, but before that fight, he was in the Crawford camp sparring. And we had his trainer on today, Stephen Edwards, a.k.a. Breadman. Yeah. And, he specifically said that Tyrone told him that Crawford hits hard. He said obviously he took the shots better because he's a bigger man, but that Crawford's a very accurate puncher and a hard puncher. And I guess what I'm trying to say is we're struggling with whether or not Porter can be stopped.
Yeah. Bud gonna be the one. He can do that. Like I say, he got jolting power. You see what he did to kill Brook. You know what I'm saying? He got jolting power, and when he starts cranking it up, he hit you with all the in the right spots. He touch your body. Like I say, he go to work on you. And what he does also in there is he's a mentally aware in there, and he mentally wears you down too. Like I say, he didn't. I mean, man, he fired up about this fight, and like he said, he sees something in Shawn Porter. He see in a way that he can stop him, man. I believe him.
Now, I was watching that Earl Spence Shawn Porter fight this morning. Did you watch that tape? And when's the last time you watched it?
Oh, I watched it. I wouldn't say that long ago. But man, it's styles make fights. You know what I'm saying? And we got a blueprint from seeing how Earl Spence fought. He started standing there and fire with that man. You know what I'm saying? And see how he caught him in the 10th round. And so I'm looking for something more like that. I understand how he gonna be rough and this and that, and but man, Bud know how to move too. Spence can't move. Bud know how to circle. Bud know. You know what I'm saying? So, it's so many different dynamics.
So
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
So obviously I watched that fight because Earl is a southpaw, and Bud, to me, I could be wrong, but that's why I'm getting you. It seems like when he goes into kill mode, he likes to be in that southpaw position. And obviously I figured watching the Earl fight would be the best tape because I'm assuming with Porter being the best opposition, Crawford's going to come out in his most comfortable style, which would be southpaw. Is that safe to assume, or you think it just goes how it goes on fight night?
Yeah, it just goes how it goes. That's you can't never say how he gonna do it. And when usually when he gets in right-handed stance, that's more where he's doing the hurting.
Yes.
In the southpaw stance, he's got more of a better rhythm. He's really boxing good, and stuff like that. When he's in the right-handed stance, he's more to go get you. He's more stand in the pocket like he was with Velasquez, And so it all just depends on him. That kid, he got a brain in there, and he can do whatever he wants, And sometimes, he put himself out there more than he should, But that's just like he say, he loved to fight, and but he got a lot of skill in that demeanor too. So in that way, you just never know, man. Just never know. And, we know how Shawn Porter coming, but they never know how we coming.
Who do you think is the better body puncher, Earl Spence or Terence Crawford?
Bud, because no, Earl Spence is a good body puncher. I ain't no doubt. But if you watch Bud, all different angles where he touched the body and how he touched the body, you just got to watch. He's a beautiful body puncher, man. He goes to work, man. When he go to that body, it's almost like Mayweather. He touches that body all the time. He constantly touch you to that body, and with both hands. Like I say, the style in which he go to the body. Just watch some of them shots, how he counter shots to the body and stuff. Real good stuff. That boy's a wonder, man. Man, you just had that Molina fight on, and man, you seen him. Molina, it wasn't a big fight like that. But, man, he boxed the daylights out there, man. If you just watch the stuff he was doing in there, you got to watch that. That's when you're studying, Boy, you watch that stuff he was doing in there, punching on the move, man, making him miss by just an inch. Oh, man, that boy, he tough, man. He tough.
So I got a few questions from the people. We got James Valdez in San Antonio that says, Devin Haney versus Joseph Diaz, who wins and how?
Well, I'm going with Devin because he a cold boxer. He a cold boxer. Actually, we were just talking about this, and I picked Teofimo probably to stop him because Devin don't hit that hard, and Teo, Teo hit hard, and Linares kind of got to him a little bit, and I would, man. They both, they all hell of a fights. I can't say, but I think he beats JoJo Diaz though. He beats JoJo Diaz.
And we got Brandon Maurice in Cincinnati that says, no question, just showing some love to the rest of the Bud Crawford team. Whenever you in Cincinnati, tap in, fam, lunch, and big booty thoughts on me.
Nice. That's cold blooded. Cincinnati, yeah, I mess since we got Michael Gamble from Cincinnati. Boubacar, that's our boy. He from Cincinnati. So we got love in Cincinnati, and we got a lot of love for Cincinnati. Yep.
Stonebone Boxing in Colorado says, "What up, bro? Just want to say how I'm proud of how far you came since our Omaha North High days. Please let the TBV family know about your Hall of Famer amateur boxing career. See you in Vegas, bro, and appreciate you getting me, Amir Khan, shout out. Hashtag Omaha, hashtag Northside."
Yeah. Oh, that's my boy Jeremy, man. And now he stays up there in Colorado, and we going up there to Colorado. I appreciate that. Like I say, man, I all this love I'm getting, I appreciate it. It's a blessing too. And they brung me in a lot more closer this time. And so it all works in God's time. And I appreciate everything. I thank you for calling me for the interview. Everybody, it's just like, I'm not much of a fame person or stuff like that, I'm like, I know what it is and everything like that, but I appreciate all the love. It's always good to be recognized.
For sure. We got Rue in the 504 in New Orleans says, do you see yourself as Crawford's Bundini Brown? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, Bundini Brown. He was the motivator. He was Sugar Ray Robinson.
Okay.
He was first with Sugar Ray Robinson. And
that's what I'm saying. See, I thought that's what you was at first. I thought you was like Devin Haney's church, but I feel like ESPN showed a different side. Like I didn't know that you sparred and that you was a successful amateur. Like, because and that's what I'm saying. Before this episode, you was marginalized, unfortunately, into just like a hype man. Yeah. And I wanted to specifically get you on because your story was told, and no one knew, and you deserve your flowers.
That's what, and that's what I was trying to tell you earlier. That's what I was saying, like when I first got introduced, like I say, I got off on Bud his Instagram, I was talking stuff because I feel like we was getting attacked, and I know Bud not like that, and I was just mad. You feel me? Just like, man, I gotta say, you know what I mean? And it just went like that, and everything, it just started growing from there, And like I say, so I got a lot of negative comments. I got this. They calling me crackheads. They saying all this old funny stuff about me, And so like I say, when they come along and say all that, it just reinforces it. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean on a higher level.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
No, of course it makes sense, man. And I'm just I'm just glad that they gave you the proper shine that you deserve,
And this is all my people want too. This is all in my hometown. This is all they want. You feel me? That like people love me, and I, I'm thankful for that. You feel me? It's like I don't know how I inspire people and stuff like that. I don't know what I do. I just be being myself. And like I say, sometimes I get it's good and bad. You know what I'm saying? Some different things come my way. A lot good though, mostly good. And that's really everywhere I go. So. Like I say, I get so much love from everybody else, and really I always have been. You feel me? Like always have been. I always been. They show me love, I guess it's the way I carry myself and just the fella that I am. The Lord blessed me like that. I was raised good, And so, so from that on, and, my charisma or whatever it is about me, it just carried on. So it's just like,
Can I ask you a
serious
question?
business, like, because everybody, go ahead.
Hiya, sorry, my name's Lady Shan. We've just speaking about, welterweights and Porter's weight and him being a quite a big welter and Spence being a big welter. Would you say that Bud has acclimatized to being a welter? Has he grown into being a welter? Because I always saw Bud as quite smaller than the ones that I just mentioned. but has he filled out as such?
No. Oh, for sure. I definitely, you could see him, man. He's a welterweight, you know. He's what, 5'8". That's about the size of a welterweight. You know, he's got strong bones. You know, he's kind of slim, but he's solid. You know, like a fire plug. That man is like, man, I'm telling you, and he's stronger than you think. Like I say, he's bullying heavyweights, notable heavyweights. You know, in the gym. You know, in the gym, you know, that gotta have some type of carry some type of weight. You know, so like I'm saying, notable heavyweights, he's pushing them around, you know, middleweights and stuff like that. You know, he's standing in the pocket with these guys and, you know, he's doing what he wants, you know. This guy's really, he's something else, and I don't think the size has nothing to do with it.
Okay. And could you see, is he at the frame where it's possible that he could, obviously he walks around 20, maybe even 30 pounds heavier. Who knows? Some fighters stay close to their fighting weight.
Yeah.
But could you see?
Yeah.
Does Bud have the frame to fight at 54?
Most definitely. Most definitely. I think he, you know, he's just as big as the rest of them, and I think that, you know, 54 will be about his limit. But I think he could. You know, he's a hell of a boxer. You know, that's another thing too. He's a hell of a boxer. You know.
Right. Yeah, I was just wondering because I do have these conversations on my show and with my people, and I said 54 would probably be the cap of where he would be able to go. No more than that. Whereas, you know, Porter's and they fought heavy in the amateurs. I think Porter fought at super middle anyway. You know, so yeah, I just thought that Bud would cap at 54.
Yeah. But see what they did with Shawn, like I say, you know, he was mediocre at 54, you know. So they brought him down, and like I say, they got him with Devin, which is great matchmaking. You know, Devin was a 32-pounder, you know, 39-pounder coming out the amateur. Shawn was always a 65. So, like I say, you know, he whatever they doing to make that man make 147 is amazing because, you know, I was
amazing, isn't it?
And making weight every time they always made us lose weight. You feel me? So I mean, he was coming from how much? 180 something? You know? Yep. Oh man, I don't know, but you know how he making the weight he does well.
He makes it comfortably as well. Porter never looks weight drained or anything.
Yes, I know. So like I say, they doing a tremendous job with Shawn Porter. But you know, as far as Bud, I think you know, he's a big guy. You know, he don't look that big, but he carries that weight. You know, he got them big hands. You know, that boy, he just got a slender frame, but he's solid. You know, and so I think 54 be about the peak. But we got so much business to do at 47. You know, it's just that's like an afterthought. You know, and one more thing I'm gonna just say, we were just talking in the gym about guys. You know, back in the day, guys used to just stay in one weight class. You know, they used to rule one weight class, but everybody wants to jump so much these days, you know. You know,
I was just saying that. I was just saying that, man. Like guys like B-Hop, Ponce de Leon, like dudes just stood at their weight class and showed they was the man. Pernell was like that. But I got another question for you. Big Casual says,
go ahead.
What's up, champ? Been seeing you around Bud the Legend for a while now. But after watching Blood, Sweat, and Tears, I didn't know Bud looked up to you as a kid growing up in the boxing gym. Salute, champ. I can't wait for this weekend. Once Bud goes undisputed at welterweight like he did at 140, do you think Bud would fight Jermell Charlo at 54? If so, how does that fight play out? Remember, there was a little bit.
That'll be a hell of a fight. That'll be a hell of a fight. That'll be a hell of a fight. You know, like I say, man. You know, these guys, they need to be starting it up. The way it's in the boxing is heating up at this end. You know, they printing the money, man. They need to make these fights, man. You know, we craving for entertainment, and like I say, the people that's involved in boxing, you know, everybody on their side is involved in boxing. If you want this thing to thrive, man, let's get these fights made. You know, and let's have some fun. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's a hell of a fight. But we got to get past this guy because everybody want to see the Spence fight. It's the Manny
That's what I was
Pacquiao
gonna
Mayweather
ask.
fight of this
Yeah.
generation.
Mhm.
You understand?
Sorry.
And we need to
Go ahead.
excuse my language. We trying to get to this. You understand? And just to me, just as a fan, that's what we want to see. Please,
Yeah,
fellas,
but to
get
be
this
fair,
money.
Bud
You
did
know what I
say
mean?
that he's past that fight now. He's not bothered with that fight. So are we to let go of that fight? Because we're all kind of like letting go of that fight, like how Kell Brook and Amir
Ain't
Khan
nobody
was. We just let it go. Are we to let
Right?
go of the Spence fight? Truly.
Ain't nobody letting you. You can't let it go. That's not a human nature. We always want what we can't have, and that's just piss talk. We gon' want to fight. We want to fight. Everybody is all eyes on us this weekend coming up to see how the kid does. Everybody's predicting or not. They think he can knock him out. It's just so many different things going on, and you have to face that first. Which is a huge task. Like I say, the pressure that these guys is under, is amazing. But the kid is extra ready, and this is what he dream of. So at the same
Yeah.
time, you gotta wait on. Can't get past this one, but in fantasy talk and things, we want to see that. Come on,
Yeah.
stop playing. Yes, come on now, come on. Super
Yeah,
Bowl stuff, Let's go.
Just one more question before my colleague wants to jump in. Do you honestly see yourself, well, not yourself, but do you see Bud being able to stop Porter, who has never been stopped at all in his pro career, as much as I know?
Sure, because he got jolting power. This kid got power. He hit harder than you think. And he starts to go to work on them guys, and he got a good high output of rate. He throw a lot of punches, and so that's like I say in Porter. I mean, Bill, I'm trying to tell you, like I say, if y'all listen to anything I said, I'm calling this spontaneous combustion, because Shawn Porter, you watching Shawn Porter, and at the same time you watching him, and the highlights is hell of a crazy, thing to watch.
Yeah.
Them highlights, oh Jesus! But well, he looked like a hell of an animal to tame, but like I say, we didn't seen it done before, and Bud Crawford the best in the world, so I'm expecting no less.
Yeah, you don't have
Yep.
to. I'm Bud. By the way, I'm Team Bud all day, by the way. So you don't have to like this, but I'm just asking these questions because I know people that are not able to answer these questions want these questions like asked. And it's just a thing that, I believe in Bud does have the power to stop Shawn Porter. But then again, if I put my kind of like journalistic head on and use the stats that are available to me, it's just the fact that he's never been dropped. I mean, he's never been stopped.
Yeah.
He's been dropped. He's never been stopped.
Yeah.
So it's like, me as a fan would say Bud stops Porter in 8. But me as looking at the stats, I would have to say Bud wins on points. So, yeah, that's what I'm batting with. Two
But
different
like
heads,
I
fan
say,
head
and
and journalist head, I guess.
Yeah. You never know. It's a fight. Anything can happen. Just like that happened over there. Kiko Martinez just knocked out Kill Gallahan.
Yeah.
But this is what I want to say because I gotta go. I gotta wait on my airplane. The fighters. I don't care who you like. Like all the fighters. You gotta like some. You might like more than others. You don't gotta be against the fighter just because you like one more in particular.
No,
you understand? And I think that's what we get under. We kind of get things misunderstood like that. Like when we was at the Shakur fight, like I say, you ain't gotta boo Jamil. It's both of us together.
Right.
You ain't got to boo him. Just because you don't deal with him. You salute them both, but you going for one of them. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. No, I'm Team Bud, but I'm not
say.
anti. I'm not anti Porter. I like Porter as a person.
Coach,
I
she
like
hogging
him as a
you,
fighter,
man.
but...
She hogging you up, Coach. I gotta ask you one before you go. All right?
Go. Well, you tell me I don't ask questions, and now I'm asking questions.
Let me just get one before you. Let me just get one before you leave. I wanted to ask before you go. The $1 million question, obviously, is: do you, Bernard Davis, believe that your friend Terence Crawford will re-sign to Top Rank? Because obviously everyone knows this is his last fight on that deal, and
yeah.
people do and
Man,
don't want him to resign.
I can't say what it is to do right now, but I definitely think that the narrative has changed. You know what I'm saying? I think they did a hell of a job promoting the fight. I think it's going to be a lot of buys. It's going to be a lot of, I think it's the most anticipated fight. And I think, Lord willing, we come through with the fight. I think all the names is going to want to fight us now. We're going to be able to get those fights because, you understand, it's the thing to do now, And so I don't know whether he resigns or not. I can't say what a man would do. But me, myself, being in the situation it was, I would be, I would want to be the most independent as I could, Like I say, you earned your right, and you know what I'm saying? You hell of a person, Bud is a hell of a person. He knows how to handle business, and he knows what he's worth, and he knows how to, he's a good kid. So, man, he got a good team with him. I want to be tied to nobody. You know what I'm saying? We did everything for each other. And I would want to fly straight. I wouldn't want nothing to hinder me. That's what I'm saying. So if I was anybody in that position, I would want nothing to be able to hinder me from doing what my goals, what I train. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm trying to get to. I wouldn't want nobody to get in the middle of that. And like I say, when you sign contracts with people, when you stuck with people for X amount of time, like I say, time is money and everything, and time is everything. So. It just sometimes it ain't worth it, but that's the way I would go. Just like a Mikey Garcia who capitalized making good money. All these guys are different. It's a couple of them that's doing their thing, and shoot. So that's what I would do, being in this situation. But I couldn't say, maybe it's they making a new amends. You know what I'm saying with the, but definitely Crawford is in the end. So I don't think that would hamper anything. You know what I'm saying? Because I think he's in the narrative.
Well, Coach, man, we appreciate you. And we look forward to getting you back on after the fight. And enjoy the rest of your day. Coach, if you want to give out your social media, I know you got a YouTube channel as well. Please do so.
Yes. You can follow me at Bernie the Boxer on my YouTube channel, as well as my Instagram, Bernie the Boxer. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate you for bringing me on Boxing Voice. And you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to talk to you again. Like I say, and on my show, I go usually go on Sundays. I like to recap the fights on Saturday. Sometimes I go on Thursdays, but I always give out a warning. So just stay with me. It's Bernie the Boxer YouTube channel. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Coach Bernie the Boxer out of the Terence Bud Crawford camp. We also wrapped up an interview with Stephen Edwards, a.k.a. Breadman, the trainer of Kyrone Davis, Julian Williams, and now Cassius, the heavyweight Cheney. We got a few super chats I need to get to. We're going to go back to these phone lines. Yeah, ladies, gentlemen, what you think? That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was dope, man. I wanted to ask. No, it's all good. I wanted to ask him a question, but gotta let
you ain't jumping. You ain't played. You ain't. Well, I don't think I did either. But I definitely jump rope. But I ain't do double dutch. But you got to learn how to jump in, Chad. You gotta be oh shit, Shan almost done. Here I go. And boom,
well,
jump in.
I raised my hand in the,
Yeah. I ain't even looking at that Skype. I keep telling you, I hear the messages, y'all. That's why I don't use it, because it'd be like boop, little message. I'm like,
yeah, we stopped doing that. We mainly.
But I mean, you, I'm sure that you would be able to answer this for me. You would at least have input on it. The boxing community compares Shawn Porter's style as far as when we're referring to Terence Crawford's resume. They compare Shawn Porter's style most closely to Felix Diaz, but I feel like Shawn Porter has better footwork than Felix Diaz because of Shawn Porter's ability to close distance really quickly on his opponents, specifically in the Spence fight, being that Spence is a southpaw, and Bud has shown that tendency to switch. He's a switch hitter, so he can fight with either hand, but he likes to be in rhythm in that southpaw stance. And so I think that Porter has better footwork than him. But then I also noticed that Terence Crawford has a 4.5-inch reach advantage. So and I heard this gentleman that just concluded the interview, he was very high on Bud's movement and his ability to move in the ring. So what I see is I still see Porter being able to close the distance. And I wanted to ask, do you think that the reach advantage will be 90 seconds. I think the reach advantage will come into play and Bud try to keep Porter on the outside, or it's just gonna be kind of an inside thing, and whoever got them hands on the inside, they're gonna do what they do.
Yeah, man. I mean, based on what I was seeing, I feel like there's no way any legit training team is gonna not look at the Earl Spence fight with Porter and know that the game plan has to be
60 seconds.
Go to the body. I mean, we already did the research with the CompuBox stats, so that's all you need. You watch the fight and you can see that Earl slowed him down. You read the stats and you can see that Earl definitely focused on the body. So you definitely need that. And I expect Crawford to do that. And it was on Dongo that he got the stoppage with like a chest, like right in the middle, boom, like a kind of like a uppercut. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like up the middle, right in the center of the chest. I think it was for Ndongo. So I don't know, man. I see him. They're gonna focus on the body. They have to. They got to see the tape. And you can tell, you can see the difference in Porter after a few rounds. And don't get me wrong, it isn't normal body work. It's a lot of illegal body work, a lot of low blows that Porter took, but all that shit weighed him down.
Still a strong guy. Though,
hell
man.
Yeah.
Very durable.
Hell yeah. Let me get to some of these super chats. Damn, shout out to everybody. Appreciate you. We got the best dad ever. The best dad ever says, where you at, best dad? Best dad ever. This is for the Tank love. Flexing emoji. Tank is different. I promise you that. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Bill said. Bill said, yo, I'm sure by the end of the sparring, they realized Tank was different or special, right? I feel like you got another one. Yes, you do. Best dad ever, numero 2, says, it better do 500,000 pay-per-views. Anything close to Tank, and I'm coming for you bud tenders. Laughing out loud emoji twice. Oh, and where the Boots groupies at? Uh-oh. Line 6 about to come for you. We got Valo. Uh-oh. What did I do here? That was a mistake.
Oh. Look, this guy. Blood, sweat, and tears. Number 2's just dropped.
Yeah, I seen somebody say that 2 dropped. Valo says, should Benavidez get paid more than Plant? And if he doesn't, and Benavidez says no to Canelo, is he ducking Plant was a champion? Yeah, no. He can't ask for more money, and he's the mandatory anyway. He ain't gonna get.
Can he ask for more money?
How?
Than 10 milli?
He not even a champ. He don't got no belt. What he bringing to the table?
That's what I was gonna say.
He ain't got no belt.
I thought he was gonna tell me yes.
Nah, he ain't got no belt.
Nah, he can't ask for 10 milli. Sorry.
He ain't got no belt, but they probably gonna give him a good check because they know what he's gonna bring to the table in terms of like.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon? 5 milli?
I don't know, but I mean any of those numbers. Well, you gotta think. Wasn't it Samson that told us that he wanted 10 million for Plant versus Benavidez? I think he wanted to pay them 5 million each. So I don't know that he'll take a and you got to remember Derevyanchenko didn't take a Canelo fight for 5.5. So, if 5 is the low end, you got to think about it. Jacobs got 12.5. Kovalev got 14.
Wow.
Billy got 8.
I didn't know those numbers.
Yeah,
I know Billy got 8. Callum Smith got the lowest. He got 6.
And Plant
Billy got
10.
8. And Plant got 10.
So 6. I mean, if Plant, if
but
Callum,
they're belt holders.
If Callum got 6 with 2 belts, he had the WBA and the ring.
Yeah.
Then Benavidez got to take anywhere between 3 and 5, I guess. But again, you're only worth what you can negotiate, and Benavidez brings more to the table than Callum in the U.S. Because of his heritage and background and ethnicity. Fred Robinson says, Jaime Munguia has 38 fights. Why are people still saying Jaime isn't ready? Are we waiting for him to be 50-0, then call him great? No, Fred, you're just not realizing he's 25. It doesn't matter the amount of fights you have. How many amateur fights does he have? No, it
does.
doesn't.
He's more experienced than an average 25-year-old. That we can say that.
Yeah, okay. And that doesn't mean that he's ready for the elite, you know?
No,
And we got to factor in how many amateur fights. Maybe he's making up. Maybe he's like Canelo. Maybe he's making up for what he didn't get in the amateurs. He's making it up for it in the pros. Who knows?
Yeah.
Brandon Maurice says Thurman and his flute should apply for a spot on the Millennium Tour as an opening act for the likes of Soulja Boy and Bow Wow and Pretty Ricky. 3 laughing out loud emojis. Meanwhile, your favorite fighter is saying that the Thurman fight is bigger than this particular fight he's in. But his fans out here trying to play Thurman out when they know he's next. Rider of the Storm. Good morning, Ness, JP, and the beautiful Lady Shine. Great interview as always. Much respect. I'm a huge Porter fan, but Crawford is a dog. Bud by UD. Mr. Calderon says, tell Davis I'm a fan now, and I will always try to catch his fights. And that was for Stephen Edwards to tell Kyron Davis. We got Alex Vega. It says, much respect to Bill Haney for investing into his children and help guide them to their dreams. Always will be a supporter of what you do. Well, shout out, Alex Vega. Julio Guzman, what up? Only chance Porter has is to pull a Orlando Salido when he beat Lomachenko. I don't see it happening. Crawford by late stop. The difference is Vasil Lomachenko wasn't ready for that dog style because he was only a 1-0 pro at the time.
Yeah, it was.
You know, Crawford's been around 37 fights. If he lets Porter outdog him, you know, it's not because of inexperience. It's because of Porter outdogging him. I just don't know. You know, I seen a lot of vulnerability in Porter rewatching that Earl fight. And if they watched it, they being Team Crawford, I'm sure they're gonna come out and do what. Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna come out and do that because Porter made it easy for Earl to cut the distance. You know, like he just literally he didn't have to do much. You seen the punch stats. He didn't jab much. He was literally within range and he would put his head down. And it's just like, fuck it, we working on your body. I'll tie one arm up, Andre Ward style, lefts to your body. And some of them shit straight low. You know how many times Lennox Lewis said, yo, that was a low blow. Whoa, that was a low. It's crazy that referee, Jack Reese, yo, he's horrible. I'm sorry. He's
I like Jack Reese.
He's becoming too popular. You know it's a problem when you're that popular. You can't be, look.
Celebrity ref.
He just broke up the last fight this weekend. Telling Rosado,
oh yeah, that was crazy.
Telling Rosado like, "Yo, you gotta pay attention. Cut it out." And it's
yeah, I did like that.
Fuck is you talking about?
That was in round 10.
First of all, he was wrong. Rosado landed the punch within the time. Like the bell, he was breaking up the fight. The bell ain't even
before
fucking
the
ring.
bell, I didn't even ring.
Exactly. Then he got the nerve to tell Rosado like, "Oh, pay attention." What the fuck you mean? Pay attention to the bell, champ.
That got on my nerves. I said it on my report.
He's getting too involved, man. That's a dude that wants to become the fight. You ain't the fight, man. Stop getting involved. Right. Every fight, he want to talk to people now. You know what I'm saying? Every fight, he fucking up because you give one dude a sobriety test, you don't give another one a fucking sobriety test. Fuck out of here. You fucking up. Get some consistency. The best dad ever. We said that. Jeremy Rhodes, Blood, Sweat, and Tears just dropped episode dose. Blood emoji, tears emoji, and then a emoji of a crying face. Fred Robinson, that's number 3 for you, right? That is number 3 for you. For you, numero 3. I gotta go get another water. It's done. I'm dry. Hell no. Bernie, tell Bud to get out of there. What do you mean? Oh, out of there, like out of Top Rank.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. We got Boomerang. Actually, Davidian, Buffalo Falls, what up?
Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good?
What up?
What's good, Ness?
What up?
What's good, Lady Shan? James Payne. Not much. Just it was a good night. It was a good weekend of fights. Man, my Bumgarner, that joint was raw. You know, I
Kid
was rooting for
Galahad.
my man Gabe Rosado, but Ami Mangria showed me that he is at least improving. Though I like the young dude. Um, who else? Bud and Crawford and Shawn Porter. That's like gonna be fight of the year, I believe. Like I can't wait. I did watch the Blood, Sweat, and Tears like last Monday when it first dropped. It was really good though. I like that it was showing, their families and stuff like that, things that you don't really know about them.
Thanks for calling in, champ. We got a super chat from what looks like Matthew, and he's saying, when you inviting Lady Shan over for a barbecue, Ness? I mean, I haven't even barbecued, but we've already invited over for Border Wars. It would have been better for Border Wars, obviously.
In Plant City, Florida, by the way.
That's a strange question. It's not like Ness is just like my next door neighbor. Like, what are you gonna? He does live in another country, Math.
And we definitely have.
That's a very strange question.
Sorry to interrupt, but we do have over 400 people watching in live on YouTube, and we could definitely use you guys mashing that thumbs up button. It helps with the visibility of the show. Make sure you mash the thumbs up button on this episode and each and every episode of The Boxing Voice, which is definitely, undisputedly, the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the universe. And we are the Breakfast Club of Boxing. So make sure you hit that thumbs up. And also while you're at it, if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and hit that bell icon. Make sure you hit all for all notifications when we go live with this boxing content. So that way you can help spread the reach of this wonderful, wonderful invention called the Boxing Voice.
Ness, actually, you do look a bit like DJ Envy, don't you? I forgot when he said that. I was like, "Oh yeah, DJ Envy over there." And you're Charlemagne.
I'm the light-skinned, bald-headed Charlemagne.
Yeah, you're the light-skinned, bald-headed Charlemagne, and I'm Angela Yee.
Whoa, Angela's totally light-skinned.
No, but I'm the dark-skinned version. Obviously, if he's the light-skinned Charlemagne, I'm the dark-skinned Angela Yee, and you're just the Envy.
Envy.
Mm-hmm.
Got you.
Ness is big. Yeah, someone said it. Ness is big.
All right. We got Coach J Mac Boomerang. J Mac.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, shout out to Bernie. Definitely coming on. However, I've been a little privy to knowing more of his story. I'm glad he can put Bud out there and speak more for Bud because Bud personality, and he do a lot of talking. Definitely need that type of encouragement in your corner. I ain't got too much to say. I didn't already say what I said for his Bud will do, and I just can't wait to see how the fight go down this weekend. That's my call.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got line 6. Read. What is up?
It don't matter who it is. If I get anybody hurt, they getting out of there. Yeah, they not getting out that round or that fight.
Because I know for a fact that Boots could beat Crawford. I know for a fact that Boots could beat Spence. I know for a fact that Boots could beat Ugas, Pacquiao.
In your opinion, who is the best fighter at 147?
Me.
Everything Roy did, Boots do it better. Everything Mayweather did, he do it better.
SDS Promotions.
Lines.
Hey, yo, what's up, Ness? How you doing, brother?
All good.
Hey, just shout out to SDS Promotions. I don't want to detract from the Crawford Porter week with my Boots love, so I'm going to just say that's my call. Shout out to SDS Promotions.
All right. We actually talked about him today, though. We had Keith Idick on.
Messing with his engine, so I couldn't focus and listen at the same time. So I'm going to go back and watch the show.
For sure. Well, all right. We're going to LV Slugger. What up?
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Mama.
I want a body, and he gonna be the body.
The ambulance better be ready. The medical better be ready. The referee better be ready. They better have that towel to be able to throw it in.
SDS Promotions.
Was he right?
LV Slugger.
TBV, how it sound?
Straight.
What up? What up? Yes, great show, man. Definitely enjoyed the interviews. Shout out to Coach Bernie, man. That was definitely a great interview, man. And definitely after watching that Blood, Sweat, and Tears, I've been seeing him around Bud for a while, doing his thing. We all see what he do, but after watching that episode, you definitely, get a good light of what he really do. Reason why he in the camp, man. So shout out to him. I'm glad they, pointed that out, man. So gotta appreciate what he do. You know what I'm saying? But it just got me anticipated for this weekend, man. It's finally here. I can't wait for it. This definitely got Fight of the Year aspirations written all over it. You know what I'm saying? I stand on that. This is the top 3 welterweight competition, in my opinion, especially with Porter already getting that win over Ugas. I think this top 3. You know what I'm saying? So, everybody need to be tuned in. I can't wait, man. I do think, expect Bud to get the job done. But I'm still debating on if he really gonna get the stoppage, because we all know Porter a dog and he gonna come to fight, man. So I do expect Bud to get the win though, and if he don't get the stoppage, I see about 2 knockdowns and him winning in a UD. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm just looking forward to it. But great show, man. Shout out SDS Promotions.
All right. JT, New Orleans, are you available?
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. That was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. We're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that?
Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And that's funny. My thing not working because it looked like it's still mute. But yeah, shout out to Bernie, man. I watched that episode 2, Ness. I like on both sides. I liked it on the Terence Crawford side. I liked it on Kenny Porter side. And I'm a fan of Kenny Porter and Shawn Porter. Inside, outside the ring. I like their relationship, their father bond thing. Something I try to look up to, to motivate my young fighters as well. But man, I think it's still a 50-50 fight. Until I see somebody stops Porter, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Bud is gonna win the fight because he got more tools in his bag to make adjustments to Porter. But Porter style, Porter grit, his heart. I don't see Bud getting him out of there, man. It's just gonna be hard to see that. But I'm a fan of both fighters. I'm rooting for Shawn and I'm rooting for Bud. I'm rooting for Shawn to make it a good fight. Like I said, I don't think he.
Yo, I want you to be right, man, because fucking you can make money on the decision, but every time I think someone go on the decision, they getting stopped this time around, man. Actually, fucking Gabe ain't even get stopped, and I was scared to bet, man, because I lost on the Canelo fight. I fell back on the Gabe fight, and I was right, though. He didn't get stopped. So I would.
He didn't win though.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Shan. We betting. We don't care who wins. You know what I'm saying? You make more money whether or not you believe Crawford gonna get the stoppage. There's more money there. So it's like, or someone gonna get stopped. There's more money in no one getting stopped. But the thing is, how likely is that? Porter's super durable, but you watch that Earl fight. Earl hit him with some
shizots.
Oh shit! Look at Jose Benavidez. Jose Benavidez reposted our Canelo and his. We made a little pic. Let me show y'all.
What did you do? What mischief did you get up to?
He locked it a lot. Hopefully that gets us
It's
some
good deal.
followers and shit. We need some followers and shit. We need to be at 100 KZ on Insta. Oh, that's senior. That ain't even junior. Why it ain't
Well, that's their
junior?
dad.
It's still
Doesn't
the.
matter. Still
I
good,
want
right?
junior. I want junior.
Senior might show it to Junior.
I want
So,
junior. Well, he already showed it because he posted it and he tagged his own son.
It's better than nothing.
Oh, he reposted it to the T. He even posted it with the caption. Is this the one person to give Canelo a real fight? Yo, he got 1,000 comments, 1,200 comments on that shit. Yo, and you know what? His interview made it to what is it? Telemundo.
Did it?
Yeah, he did an interview saying that, how basically how his son will give Canelo the best fight, and that shit on Telemundo. So Canelo ain't gonna be able to hide from that too long. See, and that's the beauty of, being bilingual.
Social media.
No, being bilingual. See, he could tell Andre, you're a horrible fighter, and that's it. It falls on deaf ears. But, as a Latino, Benavidez hits all those media publications that speak Spanish that get to Canelo. He got no choice, but to come and, he's going to have to eventually hear that out. I hate that someone told me yesterday that Eddie Reynoso said 2-3 years. That's fucking crazy.
No,
J-Mac,
that's crazy.
I
We're
know.
not going with that.
J-Mac, counter punch.
Yo, can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Yo, I did want to say this. James Payne said something about footwork. I think people speak of Shawn Porter footwork and give it overpraise, because if he had this great footwork, I think along with his rambunctious style and how he fight, he'll have a lot more victories. I think he's very athletic in how he jumps in and out, but the fact that he got to stop, but he's very athletic how he jump in and out, but he don't have the coordination to put them punches together. That's why he throws such wide, unaffected punches. When you say a guy got good footwork, I'll base that more on how the ability to punch with that footwork, not just be able to jump in and out, and then you got to stop to reset. Pretty much that's just like the term of basketball, like a guy who got to reset his feet before he go into his gather. How ineffective that is for you to reset your feet to get off the explosive potential height of your jump. So in boxing, with good footwork, is a guy who has the ability to keep his balance and jump in and out with his feet and place his punches as well. So I disagree with the footwork.
All right.
If I could clarify on the footwork statement, when I say footwork, I mean it's his effectiveness of closing distance on opponents. I'm not saying like footwork like he has dazzling displays of slipping and feigning and doing all these shuffles in the ring. And then in reference to the Spence fight, which is what I was using as my basis for that, there were several instances where Shawn would be like being backed up by Earl, and then with like this little side step pivot, now he just completely turned Earl and would be in a completely different offensive position. So that was the only thing that I meant when I said footwork, and I was comparing Shawn Porter in that aspect to Felix Diaz, because I've heard several comparisons of Felix Diaz having a style comparable to Porter on Crawford's resume. That's all. The only point I was trying to make.
The thing is that I seen that, right? So he'll pivot beautifully, turn Earl, but he wasn't able to land cleanly. He's not accurate, man. He needs to invest in the body, because he loves doing this, which is obviously right and back hook or left hook, because he's an orthodox fighter, and back right hook. But, he's not always landing them shots. Yeah, he got highlights in that fight.
They're not flush.
Yeah, he needs to just focus on the body. When he does, you can see he hitting Earl on the body with that left. He whipping that shit. Hitting him on the hip, the side, everything, the ribs. He needs to just focus on the body and forget the head, man. He's not accurate to the head. He got to wait to start aiming for the head for like the 6th round or something.
Mm-hmm.
Keem in Florida, what up? No availabilities. All right. Well, I think that's everybody. Boomerang Stainless. No Stainless. All right. So we really out of here. Oh, my Gene Bear Boomerang. What up?
Yo, come to me, Ness.
You can hear me?
I hear you.
All right, yeah. Again, thanks for another great show. Good interviews with Brett, man. It's an unfortunate part that I'm always at work now because I like to put questions in on Patreon. But you kind of asked it anyway because I don't really know a lot about him, Davis. So it seemed like they had a greater bond than just coaches. Almost like Barry Hunter and Lamont Peterson or the Peterson brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like almost like a surrogate father type of thing. So I just wanted to ask about their relationship because I didn't really know a lot about him until now. But back on this Porter stuff, I do kind of agree with James Payne Lethal because J Mac told me the same thing. Like it's best to look at the Diaz fight, but Diaz is obviously a little smaller, even though he did come down from 170 to 140 to fight Bud, but he's not able to close that distance like that. And his punches are cleaner. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, Ness. So I'm kind of tossed up. If somebody got another suggestion for me, I would appreciate it because I think Porter's a lot faster than.
Yeah, man, that's a horrible comparison. Can't compare Felix Diaz to Shawn Porter, man. It's impossible, man. Porter, not only is he like a made dude, like in the pros, but he was made in the amateurs. Man.
Yeah.
Like he beat like big dudes that are.
He beat Usyk.
He beat everybody. Usyk, Jacobs. I mean, the names Antonio Parabon. The names go on and on. Like he's got mad names under his resume, and they're not small. Like Parabon is like a 75-pounder, 68-pounder. Counterpunch JT.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I was listening to the picks they was picking. Paulie Maliarchi tried to compare the Jeff Horn and Terence Crawford. I think that was his first fight at welterweight. But the difference, and I kind of agree with James Payne. The difference between Shawn Porter, I think he's a little more stronger, agile. He's more quicker than Jeff Horn. Because Jeff Horn just comes straight up. I mean, he come with brute strength to me, but Shawn Porter switches it up. Like he'll come strong and then he'll get light on his feet and turn you. That's why Arrow had trouble with it, and Arrow was just constantly being turned by Shawn Porter. So I think that's gonna give Bud still fits in the ring. I think that smothering is gonna work and be more effective because Bud do got long arms and stuff like that. Yes, he can box, but I just think this is gonna be a different style that's gonna be put in front of him. You know, not saying Bud's not gonna win. I still got Bud winning, but I think Shawn will give him a lot of bad fits in the ring. That's my kind of.
All right, King Born, what is up?
When you see old dirty bastard form a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your.
First of all, I love my TBV comrades. I love my TBV live chat comrades. Let's get to it. Listen, that Alicia Baumgartner fight, yo, she must have had scopamine, aka the devil's breath in her hand, because when she hit that girl was froze. She must have had dust, angel dust in her hand in that glove, because she hit her. I never saw that standing knockout and shit. Congrats to her. Listen, let me teach y'all something. What is better, a young man's wrath or older man patience? What you saw with Gabe Rosado was the old man. He had patience. He was trying to get that overhand right shit in. But Jaime Maguire, the young man wrath, beat him down, wore him down, and that's how it went down.
And like I said, listen, this is Bud and goddamn Porter, right? I'm on my criminal mind shit. I'm gonna give y'all a criminal mind investigation. Peace, y'all.
All righty then. Intrigue. Boomerang.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, good interview, man. Bernie the Boxer, respect to him, man. I follow that dude, you know what I mean? I listen to the show every now and then. But I want to give a special shout out because this is Bud Appreciation Week to the Bud Scouts out there. They doing a hard job selling them Bud Scout cookies. We trying to raise awareness for Bud Dibiase. So everybody out there, if y'all could put in a picture hand and buy some of these Bud Scout cookies because Bud Dibiase is a disease and we looking for a cure. I'll holler at you on the next one.
All right. N.O. What is up? Are you available?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you a young fella, and he comes from the Magnolia.
Oh.
What up?
What's up, Neff? How my audio sound?
Straight.
Alright. First of all, shout out to all the guests that came on. Shout out to Trill Bill. You know I mess with Bill like, you know what I'm saying? He one of the realest cats out here. And shout out to Bernie the Boxer, you know what I'm saying? He did for coming on the shoot and representing Bud and all that, because he got a lot of fans that's on the shoot. And they deserve people like that to come up here and talk that Bud talk with him. You heard me? This can't all be for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Now, for the fight, you know what I mean? How many more give, bro? He got to get drug tested, man. Like, he was tired at the end of that fight, bro. But, man, that was a lot of... They was at 160, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of punches like that young man was drawing for 12 rounds. You gotta admit something going on. Like I'm just saying.
Bruh, Earl threw almost 1,400 punches in the Bud fight.
Yeah, but man, dog. Yeah, you.
I mean, in the Porter fight.
All right, cool, bro. But man, Hyman, how many punches Hyman threw, man? Because he was definitely doing combination.
We're gonna have to get the stats, but Earl definitely had every bit of 1,300.
All right, but man, that young man in shape, man. People got to start training with that dude training that in Mexico. It must be in some high mountains up there, bro. But besides that, man, I want to give a shout out to everybody on the panel, Jam Pan. You know what I mean? I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all hold it down. And then, last but not least, what time is it?
Showtime.
Woo.
My call.
Mr. PBC, what up?
Mr. PBC, baby.
Boxingwords.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife and cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby.
Yo, what's good? It's a beautiful day in the PBC neighborhood. I'm glad I got on Bovada because I couldn't find no prop bets on my bookie. I definitely made my bets today. I definitely made my bets today. I picked a couple rounds for Porter and I picked a couple rounds for Bud. I just like the hedge. It's just so fun. I'm going for Porter, sadly. I mean, I just can't overlook the dude. And every time I did, he beat Danny, he beat Ugas. I didn't think he would do it. I just can't overlook the dude. Same thing as Bud. That's why I bet on him. Can't overlook the dude. And hopefully my hedge always gets me the win. And shout out to them parlays, but I'm just a hedger. We get bread. I bet on Tico or Martinez to beat Galahad.
Show me your receipt, man.
I'll show you the receipt. I sent it to Mike.
Cut it.
Yo. Coach Myers, get out of here. What up?
Yo,
What's going on? How long you been there?
I've been here all morning, man. You know how you do.
You lying. You ain't been there all morning.
Nah, I just hopped in like 20 minutes ago. What's going on?
Shit, man. Talking this fight week, man. This shit got us thinking here, man. Can Porter last 12? That's all I want. I want the under. I mean, I want the over.
12.
I want the over.
I believe he lasts in 12. I think it's all about, I don't know. Crawford's a dog, man. And I think once he hit Crawford or something he don't like, Crawford's going to turn crazy. So, I don't know. I think Bud's going to win, but I think Porter's going to make it a competitive fight. But that's all I got. Shout out to my guy, Cassius Chaney.
All right. Oh, we had his trainer on earlier.
That's my boy, Breadman.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my guy. He's mad cool, laid back. But that's my call. Good job, fellas.
All right. Yep. We had him on earlier. Good interview. Shit. My man Alejandro, you just tried to call in. Let me see. Can I approve you this way? Got people still calling in. Shawn, you all right over there?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Why?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Why?
Why you sound like you're crying right now?
Why? Where? How do I sound like I'm crying?
You
Please.
was
Crying about what?
I guess I was wrong then.
You are very wrong.
Alejandro, call back in. All right. Well, I guess I ain't gonna stick around and wait for that. I gotta eat.
Yeah, man. I'm hungry.
My Gene Babe, what up?
So my.
What up? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. And I gotta disagree with Keith Idek. He said that making it $70 instead of $80 won't bring additional fans in. I think it will, man. I mean, going back-to-back pay-per-views, well, not back-to-back, but having pay-per-views so close, $10, even though it doesn't seem like a lot, in the long run, it might make a difference. I'm definitely glad it's $70. And I was gonna buy it either way, but getting at a discount, I'll take anything at a discount. The other thing I read on Boxing Scene, they had an article on there where Bud was saying that he's very frustrated with how his career is going, comparing it to Canelo, where Canelo can literally do whatever he wants, move the way that he wants to move, and he wants to do the same. Now, if he wants to do the same, he knows what he has to do, and that is get out of that top rank contract. Do not resign. Let Bob go do his thing and become a free agent. It seems to be working for Devin. It seems to be working for Canelo. I believe if he does that, he will be the boxing star that everybody knows he can be. Great show, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is everybody. That's GTO, Instagram and Twitter.
James Payne Lethal on Instagram, Twitter, Google me. I'm out here.
Okay, Lady Shan, Instagram, Twitter, LadyChann. Also hit up my store, dundemseason.com. We be sporting the merch. And Lady Shan on YouTube. Come Box with Shan is my show name, which I will be going live tonight. Well, 10 p.m. 15 my time, 5:15. James Payne's going to be coming over to eat some crow. We had some crow on ice. We had crow on ice. Yeah, we had. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I'm Americanized now. I'm Americanized now. You getting crow? You getting crow? Forget that I'm humble pie. You getting crow? Yeah. Over at my show bars. And yeah. And then I think there's Untitled tonight. Is there, Chulo?
Yeah. 9 p.m.
Okay. I will be floating over there to chop it up with the lads as I do. Long day. But so now we're going. We gotta eat. Bye.
All right. Oh shit! Is that a new fucking super chat house?
Is it?
Let me hope it is, and it is. It is. It is. It is.
Really? Come up on mine.
Boxing expert says Crawfish about to outbox. No, Crawfish about to box from the outside. We know he's been hurt, knocked down. He's 34. Little Cryford on his way out and got saddest record. Sad emoji. Well, damn. Heat before we left. Peace.
Allah.
Peace out.